It's 9:02. I'm J.D. Solomon, and I will call the May meeting of the Environmental Management Commission to order. Preliminary matters in the call to order. North Carolina General Statute 138A:15 mandates at the beginning of any meeting of a board that the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under the subchapter. The chair shall also inquire as to whether there are any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at this time. Do we have any known conflicts of interest at this time? Seeing none, hearing none. We have no conflicts of interest. I also see a quorum. I believe everyone is here. Rainy day, wasn't sure. Commissioner Gibson, you made it.
Just made it.
You emailed me. Thank you. So we'll get started. First thing I want to do before a few administrative remarks here is approval of draft minutes. And I want to take these one at a time because there's three of them here. If you guys remember, the Christmas and some other things got in our way on November 9th. And once we fall behind on minutes, it's hard to catch up. So we've got the November 9th meeting minutes, the January 11th minutes, and the March 14th minutes to approve today. I want to thank Chris for going through these as the vice chair. I know it took a long time to do some of these, and thank Lois because some of these meetings were long and had a lot of material in them. But with that said, any comments on any of the packages, and then we'll take three successive motions for these. Anything, anybody see in addition? Commissioner Bailey.
I can't pull it up right now, sorry, but one of them still had you listed as vice chair at the
Okay.
top of it. I don't. And it was changed. Okay, so that's good. And I would like to say the November minutes were greatly improved from our first draft.
Yes, thank you. Okay, hearing no other comments, do we have a motion to approve the November 9th minutes? Commissioner
Commissioner
Bailey?
Bailey, I so move.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Who's that? Mr. Ellison? Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, January 11th minutes. Any, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the January minutes. Commissioner Weiss.
Please. Second?
Second.
Commissioner Tweedy seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, approved. March 14th, also attached. Do we have a motion? Mr. Tweedy makes a motion. Did you make the motion?
I did make
sir?
the motion. Yes,
Who
sir.
makes the second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Bailey makes a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Motions pass. Okay, let me get a couple preliminary matters out of the way. First, please, when we make motions, we just talked about minutes, so I'll use this opportunity. Lois reminds me to make sure you announce who you are when you make your motion. And as chairs of committees and chair of the EMC, I'll try to do the same. Also, just a reminder, if we get into back and forth, I try to recognize everybody, but if I don't recognize you, go over on the board and say your name so that Lois can pick it up for the minutes as well. That's not required, but of course, anything you can do to make it easy on the transition for Lois, that's what we're trying to do. Parking receipts. If you've got parking receipts from yesterday or didn't get your stickers, please send those to Lois. I know there may be one or two that didn't get stickers yesterday, and if you don't have your parking stickers today, please give those to her. I've not heard anything this meeting about expense reports, so I assume things are caught up or reasonably behind at this point. Commissioner Bailey?
I still don't have my November expenses.
Okay. So noted, and we'll make sure that's anybody else with that, just while we're doing matters. Okay. All right, very good. One other thing, and we're kind of at that approaching the 6-month mark of the year. That's kind of hard to believe, isn't it? Next time we get together, we'll be over halfway done with the calendar year. So, just as a reminder, as we talked way back in first of the year. We've got a lot of members last year that were fairly new with a year experience. There's some older gray hairs in here as well, but we got some fairly newer ones. But, you know, one of the things that I saw, and y'all stay with me, was I carry, and yeah, I'm not a parliamentary procedure nutball, but I carry Roberts with me because in Roberts, it tells one of the duties of the chair is always have a copy of Roberts with you, right? For parliamentary procedure. So as I pulled it out of the bag last night, I kind of got to thinking about a few things, and I just kind of reminded all of us what Robert says with the body, and that's what we are. The reason you have Robert is you are a deliberative assembly, right? We probably all know that. We're a deliberative assembly. So we have Roberts. We have Roberts, that means we're a deliberative assembly. So what that means is it is a group of people having or receiving freedom to act in concert, meeting to determine in full and free discussion courses of action to be taken in the name of the entire group. So there's a lot to unpack there, right? But it says we're the decision-making body. And it really says we're all coming together individually to make decisions as a group. So the group is where the power is, not with the individual members. It's also saying we have the freedom to act. And Roberts goes a long way in this kind of deliberative body to say that once we make a motion and second, it's one of the reasons they do it, is nobody else can talk except the members. Not council, not staff, not the people that appointed us, not private associations, not anybody. Because once we go in to make our decisions, we are the body. It also talks a little bit about outside forces and other people that kind of come into the body. But the bottom line is this body has to function as a team. And I think after 6 months of this year, you've seen some of that we have to function as a team. Now, remember back, some of you remember the late Butch Smith, right? When I appointed him to a committee, he was a wastewater operator, Western North Carolina, about as plain spoken as you'd ever have. And I matched him up with Richard Wisnett. And a lot of y'all know Richard Wisnett. Looks to be opposite as you can, right? Former DEQ, lead counsel, Chapel Hill guy, law school, about as smooth as they get. People say, you can't mix those two together. They got totally different backgrounds and characteristics and all that. And I said, nah, it'll be okay. And you know what? It was okay because they were all good, both good people. And they came to understanding with each other, regardless of all the different sectors that divide us. It's up to us, is my point here. And I know over the past week, we've had some external forces act on 2 of our members. We got called out. 2 of our members got called out. And that was tough. It's probably going to happen again in some fashion or form. What I liked about how this commission reacted, a lot of y'all called both Commissioner Baumgartner and Commissioner Reardon. Whether you agreed with them or liked them or not, a lot of people came out of the woodwork and called them and said, let me know more or I support you because I'm a volunteer just like you are. We're one of 15. We all volunteer. We don't get paid. We're all taking those hours out of our Sundays and those nights and those weekends away from our family and what we love to do what we do. And I'll just say there's some ways to go with that, but it all starts with us as a body to get to know each other, to break those barriers and to really, really support each other to make good deliberation and good decisions. So I thought that was important to say as I pulled out my Roberts and as we got kind of halfway through the calendar year. We have got some big decisions to continue to make. We're going to regulate 1,4-dioxane. We're going to regulate PFAS. But then right with those guys, we've got nutrient policies coming up, nutrient rules. We've got 2 IBTs coming up. We've got rules readoptions to do again. So the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to have as big as stuff that ever comes before the EMC coming in the next 12 to 24 months. And I think we're getting there. I think as a body, y'all are coming together. But again, continue to work together as I've seen some of you doing in the past week. So thank y'all. Okay. With that, let me move to the first action item. It's number 2406, request for approval of proposed rule and regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public comment on adoption of 15A NCAC 02Q.05929 Title V Insignificant Research and Development Activities Exemption. That is a mouthful. Who do I have? Ms. Hoskin.
Me.
This might be your first time before us, is it? Welcome then.
You know what?
Hi, I'm Ashley Hoskin. I'm presenting the adoption of 15A and CAC 02Q 0529, Title V and Significant Research and Development Activities Exemption. And here are some of the acronyms and abbreviations that you'll see throughout the presentation. So for some background, the initiation of this rule was the requirement under Section 1211D of Session Law 2023-134 for the EMC to create an exemption from Title V permitting for R&D activities to clarify flexibility. And the proposed changes continue to align the rules with existing federal requirements and current DAQ practices and provide clarity and consistency for Title V facilities conducting non-major R&D activities. And this will continue to allow facilities subject to Title V permit requirements flexibility to work with the DEQ to authorize these activities in a streamlined manner. And the current practice of reviewing R&D activities is performed under the existing provisions of Rule 02Q of 5038, which closely aligns with the division's understanding of EPA's position in the white paper. And adding this rule is not expected to change the division's permitting practices or how R&D activities are treated under Title V permitting. And the EPA issued the white paper as guidance to enable states to take steps to reduce the cost of preparing and reviewing initial Part 70 permit applications. And according to the white paper, a perceived lack of clarity in these requirements led to an unintended escalation in permit application costs, and sources felt compelled to make conservative assumptions so they would receive an application shield and avoid enforcement actions. And on August 31st of 1995, the EPA proposed a supplement to previous proposed actions related to permit revisions. And this addition clarifies Title V permitting requirements to non-major R&D facilities that are located with sources that are major, and contains a definition of R&D that assists in the development of the definition of the proposed rule. And the EPA never finalized its proposed actions, including this definition. So some similar rules that DAQ has, Rule 02Q 070217 exempts lab activities, including bench scale equipment and R&D lab activities that are not required to be permitted under Title V, and that's for toxic air permitting. And another similar rule is 02Q 0102G3, which exempts lab or classroom activities such as bench scale equipment, R&D activities, and educational activities. And this rule is for activities exempted from minor source permit requirements, but does not include Title V facilities. And both of these do not include exemptions from Title V permitting for R&D activities. And proposed Rule 0529 provides specific procedures for Title V facilities with non-major R&D activities. In paragraph A of the proposed rule, R&D activities are defined, specifying that the activities are to conduct research and development into new processes and products supervised by trained personnel and not engaged in or contributing to the manufacture of products for sale or exchange for commercial profit. And in paragraph B, emissions thresholds are outlined under which R&D activities can qualify as an insignificant activity because of size or production rate. And these activities must meet the R&D definition and the 3 emissions requirements. So here you can see the proposed rule, the word potential versus actual emissions. So highlighted is the word actual, and the emissions requirements in paragraph B of this rule closely resemble the provisions of existing Rule 02Q 5038, and actual emissions instead of potential emissions are used when applying the insignificant emissions thresholds of proposed paragraph B, and any impacts would be minor and not quantifiable, since these activities are already reviewed as insignificant. And while it is possible that there could be additional facilities with R&D activities that qualify as insignificant under 02Q 0529 by use of actual emissions, but which would not qualify as insignificant under 05038 when using potential emissions, this is unlikely. And we added some gatekeeping language in B4 to ensure activities remain non-major. And it reads potential emissions from the R&D activities are less than the major source emissions thresholds specified in 40 CFR 72. And some additional language clarifications that we made to add clarity and align with the language of the EPA white paper, as suggested during the March AQC meeting. The definition of R&D in paragraph A was modified to add or to contribute to, and except in a de minimis manner was removed. So for reporting and permitting requirements of the proposed rule, paragraph C explains the permit application and reporting requirements that are given for the owner or operator of a major facility, consistent with existing Rule 02Q0507. Insignificant activities because of size or production rate must still be included in the facility's Title V permit application. And for an existing facility that wishes to conduct R&D activities not already on their permit, the facility must provide notification to the division at least 7 days prior to commencing the activity. And in all cases, records demonstrating compliance with the rule need to be kept and provided to the division upon request. For impacts on facilities, for major facilities with insignificant R&D activities, there will be little change, if any at all, from the adoption of this proposed rule, since these activities can already be authorized as insignificant pursuant to Rule 02Q0503.8. And there may be perceived additional flexibility with it being a standalone rule, which may allow for incremental efficiency gains for work processes. And based on available data, the DAQ estimates about 5 to 10% of the total 307 Title V facilities in the state have insignificant R&D activities authorized on their permit. And in this selection, any potential impact would be very limited given the low number of facilities with these activities. So therefore, there's no appreciable quantifiable impact to regulated facilities expected as a result of this rule adoption. And for the RIA, the DAQ does not expect any appreciable change in permitting processes for the regulated community or the division. Overall, there's a negligible quantifiable impact in terms of cost and savings for state government, local government, and the private sector. And facilities subject to Title V permit requirements will continue to have the flexibility to work with the DEQ to authorize insignificant R&D activities in a streamlined manner. And owners and operators will need to notify the DIQ of new R&D activities 7 days in advance, and this notification will likely be done via email, which requires a minimal amount of time, but will help streamline the facility's ability to start the activities. And again, the DIQ does not expect any of the rule changes to result in any health or environmental impacts or have any appreciable cost or benefit. And these changes are proposed to satisfy the requirements of the recent session law while retaining EPA approval of North Carolina's Title V operating permit program. And since there will be no expected change in emissions as a result of this adopted rule, since insignificant R&D activities were already being reviewed in accordance with the EPA's 1995 white paper and under the current provisions of 0503.8. And therefore, there will be no impact to public health and the environment, and the RA was approved by OSBM on March 1st. So here's the tentative rulemaking timeline, which is subject to change. It would be in June of 2024 to August 2024 would be the public comment period and hearing. In September would be adoption by the EMC, October rules review commission approval, and in November the rule would be tentatively effective. And the recommendation is the director recommends that the commission approve the proposed draft rule 15A NCAC 02Q0529 and accompanying regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public comment. With that, I can take any questions.
Okay, questions, from staff, or any comments from the committee?
Well, go ahead if you had.
Don't make a motion yet, but any questions?
Well, I'm just going to mention that, of course, it was voted out of committee at the last meeting. The adjustments you saw there in yellow came as a result of the review of the committee, and there were some questions that had been raised, so the staff has responded to those and taken them into account in the draft you see there.
Very good. Okay,
If you're ready for a motion,
Hearing
I'll-
no other
I'll make it.
questions at this point, we'll be ready for a motion. Thank you, Ashley. Hey, now that you've done one, you'll get a harder one next time, okay? All right, do I have a motion? Commissioner Carter?
Yes, sir. I move that the commission approve this proposed rule and regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public comment on adoption of 15A NCAC 2Q 529 insignificant research and development activities exemption.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion from Mr. Carter?
Yeah, that's Commissioner Lyerly. Be second.
Second, okay, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, very good. Thank you, everybody. We will get together afterwards and get a hearing officer picked for that, Mike, so we can cover that. Item number 2, request for approval of hearing officer's report and final approval of regulatory impact analysis for amendments to NCAC 02Q.0802 gasoline service stations and dispensing facilities. And that's Ms. Pickett, I believe. There you go.
And this will be for the regulatory impact analysis too, just like the former one.
Yeah, I'm just reading what I had.
All together. So there's a list of acronyms here. We have a couple new ones here. I'm just going to point out the ORVR. That's the onboard refueling vapor recovery. That's kind of the key technology that this rulemaking is in regard to. So a little background on our O2Q 800 rules. In general, they're the group of rules that deal with exclusions, and specifically exclusion to our Title V permitting, which is all in our 500 rules of the O2Q section. And this particular rule is an exclusion specific to gasoline refueling stations. And that's just like, when you go to fill up at Costco or, ExxonMobil, something like that. So that just helps you picture it. Right now, there is, for Title V, thresholds, 100 tons per year regulated criteria pollutant. That's something like VOC. That's what the gasoline station's criteria pollutant would be. That's the largest emission. Or it could be the 25 tons per year of all the HEPs or 10 for one individual. So that's how the calculation was based. Currently, in Rule 802, the threshold is 15 million gallons. This is an annual throughput on a rolling monthly average. And we'll get into why that's important next. So just some further information on how this rule came about. It was from 1995, and it has not been changed since 1995. So the main emissions from these sources in regards to this particular rule is happening at the actual refueling of the vehicle itself, and the technology that we're talking about, the ORVR, is actually capturing the emissions of that actual act of putting the nozzle in your car. There is some displacement where the fuel's going in and the vapor is actually being pushed out. The technology is actually capturing that, so that emission is not happening. And you can just qualitatively know, like if you've ever filled up a vehicle from the 1980s, there's a strong odor of VOC. And now I don't know what cars you're driving, maybe electric. But if it is still a gasoline vehicle, you'll notice there's not that present odor. Another part of this rule isn't just the threshold max. There's also some incremental steps right before you get to the threshold of needing to report. So even as you're approaching that maximum threshold where you're going to be subject to permitting, the station kind of has this option of notice, like, hey, you're getting close to needing a permit, you better go ahead and file for one. And that's what those thresholds for the 10 million, the 13 million come into play. And that'll be more obvious once we actually look at the example of the rule. So speaking of which, that rule, 802, was first initiated in 1995. But look what happened in 1994, the year before. That's actually when that ORVR technology, the EPA started requiring on vehicles. Well, of course, not very many vehicles had it by 1995. In fact, it wasn't until 1998 that it was required and pretty much most vehicles had it. And then by 2012, the EPA determined that so many vehicles had it that, maybe states should start thinking about, their saturation in their own fleet. So getting to this particular proposal, this came up because of stakeholders' interest. It was something that was brought to the attention that perhaps the rule and the calculation for that ultimate threshold of 15 million needed to be looked at and reviewed in light of the saturation of the technology in our motor vehicle fleet. Here we have highlighted in yellow that 85% is that's our best estimate, that we are at least 85% of the saturated in our light duty vehicles and trucks. And combined with the 98% control efficiency of gasoline vapors for that ORVR technology on motor vehicles. And that number comes from an EPA report. And all of that's detailed on this slide. So here we go. This is the actual rule itself. These are the sections that are being amended. Now I'll give you a chance to look at it. So you can see here in paragraph D that threshold is being changed from 15 million to 52 million. And in paragraph E3, that again is where the 52 million. This shaded out gray area where it says equals or is the result of a commenter, a comment during the hearing process. And we'll get into that in the next slides. This is that same rule, but in a graph form, just to kind of give you a really clear example of what's going on. So going from having a permit and not having a permit, that's a pretty, tight threshold. That's going from 15 million to 52. But then there's those incremental ones, and this kind of just explains why that is. They're really just there to provide notice to the facility and provide notice to the state agency. So as they're getting close, we can go ahead and make sure that they're in the works for getting that permit in place. So moving on to the actual hearing report itself, Commissioner Baumgartner was our hearing officer, and this was a in-person hearing that also had WebEx. We did have one person join us via WebEx, no others in attendance other than staff. There were 3 commenters during this hearing period, although none of them commented at the hearing itself. And that would be the Petroleum and Convenience Marketers for North Carolina and the North Carolina Conservation Network. EPA also submitted a comment, but it was kind of a comment just to acknowledge that this rulemaking is taking place and that they reviewed it. So here we go. This is just letting you know again that we had 3 commenters during the comment period, and that one of those comments resulted in a revision to the rule itself. This table is a slide that begins to summarize all of the comments and our responses that are within the hearing record. The North Carolina Petroleum Marketers were in support of this rule, which is not surprising because some of their members were stakeholders that initiated our research into this calculation and finding out, because of the new technology, is our rule making, the most sense. And again, this is just showing that the EPA sent in a comment. Just to acknowledge. We had more questions from the North Carolina Conservation Network, and they were very detailed questions. And so we put forward really detailed responses. If you look through the hearing record, we actually get into the calculations themselves, make it really clear and transparent how we got to those numbers. Some of their concerns we were able to address very clearly and hopefully within their satisfaction. And actually what they raised as their concerns, when you actually walk through calculations, we're actually using values very similar to what they were suggesting. So I think if I go back a few slides, if you look at the activities that are being captured of the refueling, displacement losses, and spillage, if you look there, and the breathing and emptying, it can be a little difficult when you're looking at these total values and like little percentages of what's being lost. Ours were just broken down into separate steps of the calculation. And so then when you added it all up, it ended up being very close. So we're really proud of that response that we were able to provide for them, the detail that that was able to do. And to explain some of the function of how the rules work and how the permitting process works. So getting into the fiscal document for this particular rulemaking, this did not reach a value of great concern. So instead of a fiscal note, this is actually a regulatory impact analysis. Those are the two different categories that OSBM has for us. And we currently have 4 gasoline stations that went ahead and put in a permit for this, and those are added. And because we knew the 5th one was being onboarded, we included that in the calculation as well. So the main impact was mostly related to the permit processing itself from both the state staff requirements and for the facility staff involved in that. This particular permitting process doesn't actually implement any control technologies. It's really related to reporting requirements and reporting of the emissions from the facility to be added into the state that we then report to the EPA. Right here, this is just a summary of our calculations with the different fiscal impact. You can see that overall there'll be a savings to the state agency and to the facilities themselves due to this change in amendment to this rule 802. Where we are in the timeline for this rulemaking is here we are before the EMC, and we hope you will adopt this rule. If that goes forward, then we should have an effective date of July 1st, 2024. So here we go. We're going to move forward with our recommendation that the hearing officer recommends. The proposed amendments to 15A and CAC 02Q 802 as presented in Chapter 2 of the hearing report, the approved regulatory impact analysis contained in Chapter 6 of the hearing report, and the hearing officer's report be adopted by the Environmental Management Commission.
Thank you.
And I will leave that up on the screen for you.
Very good. Commissioner Baumgartner, you're our hearing officer. This is final action. Everything in here like you like it? Any controversies outstanding or any other issues outstanding before we approve this?
No, sir. This was, appreciate the chair lobbing a easy one up for me as the first hearing officer report that I had to work on, or work with, excuse me. They did all the work. DAQ did an excellent job throughout this process. The public hearing was quick. There was really no comments. One comment from the Conservation Network, or one letter from the Conservation Network, acknowledged several things, as Carrie pointed out, and they talked with Conservation Network directly. I heard from Grady, not trying to put words in his mouth, but it seemed like everything had been addressed and to a satisfactory level. So I see no issues going forward. I think it was a good job and sounds like a pretty good regulatory relief opportunity.
This one's fairly straightforward, but any questions for the hearing officer here? For staff? Yes, Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you. So this entire process crossed over during leadership change on the Air Quality Committee. So the RA was brought to the September Air Quality Committee, I believe. And at that time, we were uncertain about a proposed gasoline station, a very large one that was proposed for MEB, and I think it has been approved now. And I saw that there was a comment from the Conservation Network about that. Doing a quick word search in the RIA, I don't see the response specifically. Did you address that? And you think that will exceed the exemption threshold?
So just, as a blanket thing, whenever a facility is being, submitted for permit, it is individually reviewed, and it is based on the actual emissions, not necessarily the potential emit, depending on the permit that's being applied or not being applied for. And so because it's facility by facility, that's not something that we can predict necessarily. It will depend heavily on that particular. So even if a station, for example, has 100 actual fuel pumps, if they're not actually being utilized on a regular basis, it might not be anything. And the other thing I will say, sometimes you can have a lot of pumps, but it was really about the amount of fuel that you have in your underground storage tanks. And so the capacity of your underground storage tank could actually be much less and more in line with common gasoline stations that we have. I think, part of it is how much pause is there in between the actual vehicle rolling up, filling into their car, and then exiting. I personally did some calculations and just hypothetical scenarios of what would it take, to actually meet these thresholds. And it is really, it would have to be a mega station operating, 24/7 to hit this 52 million number. Not saying it's impossible.
Sounds like that's what's going to be there. And
But
it's on the stretch of interstate that's both 85 and 40, right?
And they'll have to make sure, is obviously the burden's always on the facility owner and operator. They will have to step forward, and if they are going to hit or exceed that 52 million threshold for VOC, then yeah, they're going to have to, put forward. But it's not something that we can necessarily guess ahead of time. Like I said, sometimes the constraint is how much fuel are you really storing on site each day? How much can they really do? So it's not always the visual of seeing a number of pumps.
Oh, I understand that.
But, that's why we address it in saying that, if they are a major source, then they will be subject to Title V permitting. And I will say all of these stations, there are other rules already in place that they are still subject to. Our 900 rules didn't go away in our O2D section. There still have VOC requirements. There's still stage 1 vapor recovery. This is just one aspect of a rule that does cover gasoline stations
I
here.
only bring this up because I know the public is very aware of this new facility, and they probably would have a question as to why or how this is going to be addressed through this rulemaking.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing, all these big, we won't call them by name, but they're economic development projects now. That's just fascinates me that a gas station it's more than a gas station, I shouldn't say that. But yeah, there is a public interest. Anything you want to comment, Tim? Do you feel good about the RA and the comments and everything?
Yeah, I'm good with everything going forward.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Deerhake, did that get the question answered
Yes,
sufficiently?
thank
Yes, okay. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, Commissioner Baumgartner, we're ready for a motion if you,
Carrie, could you go to that slide to help me out a little bit?
I was thinking of it right as I was looking over at you. There you go.
Make a motion to, and make a motion here, hearing officer recommends that the proposed amendments for 15 NCAC 02 Q0802 as presented in Chapter 2 of the hearing officer report, the approved regulatory impact analysis contained in Chapter 6, sorry, of the, I'm not a Roman numeral guy, of the hearing officer report and hearing officer's report be adopted by the Environmental Management Commission.
do we have a second on that?
Second, Carter.
Commissioner Carter seconds that. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baumgartner, too.
That's a very easy one.
They'll get harder, don't worry. All right, I think we're on item number 3, request approval for the final determinations of response to public comments as part of the periodic review rules related to the dam safety. I'll just shorten it there and Toby, give it to you.
There we go.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Toby Vinson with the Division of Energy and Land Resources, representing our dam safety program today. As you see, I'm Toby Vinson and not Josh Colley. Josh is our former state dam safety engineer. He got an opportunity to move and work in New Zealand, and he and his wife and no kids decided that that was the best opportunity for them to take that adventure in their young lives. So we're happy for them. Not happy about the extra workload it put on me for a short period, but glad to be here with you today and cover this for you. What we're here to talk about is request for approval for final determinations, response to public comments as part of the periodic review for rules readoption. In this case, subject particularly to subchapter 2K, our dam safety rules. We received approval from you to proceed to public comment this past January. That public comment period ended March 26th. We received one comment during that comment period time from American Rivers. The pertinent comment in reference to the purpose for the public comment period was their concurrence with the necessary designation for our dam safety program rules. They also did add a few other comments that aren't necessary for this part of the public comment period and the process, but are pertinent to us looking at and follow up as we move through readoption. And if I can highlight just a few of those, they highlighted their desire to see more oversight on low hazard and small dams. Basically, they're addressing limited resources that we have in the program, primarily been focused on the larger structures that pose higher risk to life and public-private property should they fail. Smaller structures may be inspected infrequently, if at all, and the if at all, and a lot of times is in reference to unregulated dams that are not subject to our dam safety law, which still create a threat to public safety, and especially as storm intensities increase with climate change. While many of these dams are low hazard, that's not the same as no hazard. Failure of small dams has been known to wreak environmental damage and cause significant downstream damage to things like driveways and roads. Also, regardless of the size of the dam, the water flowing over and past the dam can create threat to people. Poorly managed and maintained dams can become an attractive nuisance, and people become injured or tragically drown at low hazard or low head dams all too frequently. We have gone through and worked with certain low head dam owners for communication and signage on some of those, just for some background for you. So we are proactive even on those things that we don't necessarily regulate. They also went on to highlight hazard creep, which are also things that we might want to look at as we move further into our readoption process. Now, just so you are aware of, hazard creep is something that we reassess routinely, especially when we get calls or complaints about certain aspects of dams. We, in fact, had a complaint this week in reference to a non-regulated exempt dam in regard to possible failure. And you know, as part of that routine reassessment, we're reassessing and modeling whether or not that's still low hazard or if any of those hazard classes change. But some of the things that we're doing to address some of these issues, as well as we're using the FEMA grant to look at and do a pilot study in 5 of our counties in the state to use an INSAR satellite for monitoring some of these dams for determination of creep. We're also working with UNC Asheville to monitor vegetation changes, which are proxy for development, which is also something that's used by the Forest Service for monitoring logging. So these are some neat tools that we have coming up that will hopefully be giving you presentations on in the future, in the not too distant future. But back to the rules readoption process. Post-comment determinations, we went into it with a determination of all being necessary. The department is still at those given the lack of, or the single rule that we have that was in support of our determinations. And here's the calendar of where we started and where we're going. We are here now. As you see, it says July 2024. So we're a couple months ahead, which is good. We were hoping that we'd be able to gain ourselves a little bit of time. So what that does is it also brings down our deadlines for report due to RRC and then final determinations as well. But we're looking forward to using that time to go through the rest of the readoption process, because there are going to be some amendments needed to our dam safety rules for updating those. And that's all I have for you. Again, I'm Toby, not Josh. So if
You're the director too, aren't you? Yes.
Sir?
You're the director too, right?
And I'm the director too, so.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yes, sir. So if you have any questions, I'm here for those.
Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Commissioner Ellis, sorry.
you're saying that there are some revisions that are necessary,
Yes, sir.
and what might be the timeline for that?
Well, let me go back to that calendar for you. So the timeline for those revisions, right now we have to finish going through the determinations. And so once we go through the determinations, we will work with Jennifer Everett, who's our departmental rules coordinator, to establish a schedule with and agreeable to RRC to work through those determinations as we work through some of those amendments. Staff have already done the bulk of recommendations that we've developed through our experience, through a lot of the comments that we've received just in the last several years over some things that need to be updated, addressed, and/or added. So as far as that timeline goes, we'll stay in touch with you as those calendars and those schedules are put on us by the RRC.
So, but that would be a separate rulemaking exercise.
Well, it's still part of the readoption process.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And let me go back with Director Vincent and the EMC. Remember, everybody, that rules review and readoption is review and readoption. It doesn't mean we have to make the rules, overcharge the rules or make them optimal or anything in rules review and readoption. Now, if we can tweak the rules while we're in there, that's a lot more efficient from a regulatory process and timeline standpoint. But the purpose of rules review and readoption is not to rewrite the rule. So, and that's not what Director Vincent's
Correct.
suggesting or anything like that. But if there's things we can pick up in that process, we'll try to pick the small stuff up. So it'll have to go through committee and whatnot on review, so that we'll have plenty of time to look at this on both committee and our review before it goes to public comment. And if we decide it needs to have a whole separate rulemaking process, if it's that extreme, we can do a whole different rulemaking process on a different timeline. Commissioner Ellison.
Is that just a judgment call, or are there specific criteria?
No, it's just a judgment call.
Okay, thank you.
The problem we'll run into is as we get back into rules review and readoption, if we try to make every rule on the books, 800 and some or 1,000 some, and rewrite them all, we'll never get finished. And that's not the legislative charge. So, but again, if we can tweak them while we're there, it's much more efficient overall to do it. So it's a balance.
Yes, sir. If I may clarify.
Yes.
A portion of them we just created when the coal ash rules came through. Those really aren't going to need, our recommendations, those aren't going to really need much work at all because they've been brought up to date, have the language that the RRC likes to see in the rules. The other rules may need some technical updates based on language that the RRC may or may not find workable in their current status. And there are also going to have to be some administrative updates because these rules, the rest of the rules had not been updated in quite some time. So, for example, departmental names, contact names,
Correct.
addresses, et cetera.
Small
So we'll keep you posted and we'll work through the committee on those.
Okay, very good. What's our action today?
Yeah, your action today is request approval of final determinations in response to public comments as part of the periodic review of the rules report for 15A NCAC subchapter 2K and dam safety to public notice in accordance with Session Law 2013-413. It's item number 3 on your agenda. So that would make the motion easy if it's just read as
And
such.
leaving this, it'll go to public comment and then to RRC. Is that where we're going?
Yes, sir. We would next go through and provide the report to RRC.
Yes. Okay. All right. So any questions or comments at this point? Questions for staff? Commissioner Ellison?
What is the relevant committee?
Water Quality
Yeah,
Committee.
it came through the Water Quality Committee. I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought you meant going forward, but you're good. Okay. Hearing no questions, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Or Water Quality Committee? Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner King,
Yes,
sorry
so
about that,
moved.
sir. So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ellison seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next is item number 4, request approval to proceed to public notice and hearing with proposed amendments to 15A NCAC 02T, 114 and 2T 118 per Session Law 2023-55 and Session Law 2023-134 and Session Law 2023-137. So, Mr. Montebello.
Thank you. So this is a little convoluted, but I will try to describe the session law and explain what we're doing. So this is implementation of session law 2023-55, 134, and 137, section 18. So if you start with session law 2023-55, it's related to dwelling unit flow and expansion of beyond the existing allocation. There was an addition of F3, F4, and F5, which includes, if we go back, the flow related to dwelling units adjusted to 75 gallons per bedroom, an addition of a section related to when permits are allocated based on their capacity, and a new section F5, which is related to allowing us to permit beyond existing capacity of a treatment system. This particular section was only included and only referred to permits that are issued by local authorities, not the fast track permits, the DWR permits. So in session in 2023-137, there was a change to F3, and F3 was modified into two sections. And there was a section that included a may and a shall. And it really only related to whether or not a facility had to use 75 gallons per day or not. And it also included a section that said we should modify NCAC 02T 0114 and NCAC 02T 0118, the general requirements. So this would apply to all facilities across the state. Then in session law in 134, 2023-134, there was another revision to F5, which changed the wording just slightly to allow some more flexibility for the advancing of permitting capacity for unbuilt capacity. So where we are today is the proposal for the revisions to NCAC 02T 0114 and 0118, wastewater design flow, and then demonstration of future wastewater treatment plant capacities. What we did was we struck through item B completely and simply replaced item B in its entirety with the two portions of the session laws which were combined together, and these reflect a verbatim edition of the session law. 02T 0118, demonstration of wastewater future treatment plant capacities. We struck the entire section 1, 2, and 3, and the proposal is to incorporate an A and a B. The A and B basically incorporate all three parts of the session laws as they're described in that session. So what's the summary? What are we actually doing? So for dwelling units, the flow rate would be 75 gallons per bedroom. There is now no minimum number of bedrooms. This change applies to sewer or non-discharge projects which have 2 or more units. So it doesn't apply to a single family home like with a non-discharge permit or a single family NPDES permit. And in the session law, it said after November 1st, 2023, all permits issued had to use these requirements, and the Division of Water Resources has already implemented this. We have all new forms on our website, and the provisions for advancing, which is under 0118B, has already been included. We have permitting applications for that. So we're attempting to implement the instructions that we have from those 3 separate bills. The rulemaking schedule, we're here today for the proposed text. We would want to have approval here to go to a public hearing and final approval. And then this is a tentative schedule. It all depends on when we actually get the public hearing schedule and a hearing officer. So we're requesting permission to move forward with these actions. We're requesting approval as directed by session law 2023-55, 2023-134, and 2023-137, section 18 is our request.
Okay, so let me verify this and with you, Mr. Montebello, or maybe with Director Rogers. You've got a regulatory impact analysis. It wasn't cited as being approved in the documents. I think it may be approved now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Check OSBA website is posted in.
Okay, so we have an OSBM website, Vice Chair.
Yes, it was approved on April 26th.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, approved very well last week. Good, very good. So I'll try to explain this. I know you guys have read it, but you would think in some ways it would be simple to change a planning number, if you will, from one number to another. But you catch a lot of things midstream, so to speak, no pun in the wastewater business. So things have already been started permitting, certain rights have been vested and all that kind of stuff. So just change something from 125 or 120 to 75. There's a lot of moving parts there. And so there was some language about what you had to do before a certain time is more optional and what you have to do after a certain time is more definitive. And I think that's probably an oversimplification. I'll let you read it, but that's the gist of it, I believe, isn't it, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Montebello?
Yes, sir.
So that's where we're at. Commissioner Keen, this was before the Water Quality Committee. Any comments or thoughts out of the Water Quality Committee on this?
No, sir, just ready to move forward to approve it, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Montebello or Water Quality Chair Keen on this? Yes, Commissioner Duggan. Oh, Commissioner Tweedy.
I have a process question. I had it on the last presentation. I got it again here. So this is going to go to public comment. Will it have a hearing officer?
Yes. Funny you should mention that. Right here, look, Tweedy. I have it right there.
Well, man.
You stepped into that one, didn't you?
I did step into that one. All right, my question is, when is a hearing officer assigned? So the gas station item had a hearing officer. It seemed like the one on dams just now did not. I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole, but I assume that's a pretty simple question. When is a hearing
It
officer?
is. It's in the bylaws, and
Okay.
the chair appoints the hearing officers on these matters. What I have done in the past, and what I've asked Vice Chair to do, is to help me manage kind of the load, because as we start rules review and readoption, there's going to be a lot of these hearing officers we've got to do. And we don't want to flood all of you down with doing, being hearing officers all the time. So we're looking for a balance. Now, it's my discretion at this. So if it's before us, I could ask staff to do it if it's a minor thing, or EMC. In most cases, if it's a major issue or a rules readoption, I will, this is just my way, I will ask an EMC member to do it.
Was there a hearing officer on the dam safety topic last?
I believe you did that with staff, didn't you, Mr. Vinson?
Okay, so there was, but it was a staff member. Okay.
Yes, it was
I'm
staff.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, that was more of a bucket list, like to get a schedule. When we go back through that one, even though it may be small, we will put an EMC member to be the hearing officer for that rule review and readoption.
Thank you.
Okay. That sidetracked us a little bit, but any other discussion on this issue? If not, I'll ask Water Quality Chairman to make a motion here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to accept this proposal and request, a DEQ request approved to proceed to public comment with revisions to 15A NCAC 02T 0118 and 15A NCAC 02T .0114 as directed by Session Law 2023-55 and 2023-134 and 2023-137, Section 18. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mouthful. That was motion by Commissioner King, second on the motion.
Commissioner Tweedy,
Commissioner
second.
Tweedy
Sounds
makes
like
a
I have
second.
homework to do as well.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Smith.
I just wanted to make one comment, because our process is, as the legislature makes changes and we respond to those, get a little strange. I will say it's good that in this case, the legislature actually amended general statutes. That's a good thing, as opposed to just directing the EMC to make rule changes without modifying the general statutes. So that's good. But I think one question that arises in all of this is, well, for one thing, we're prohibited under the APA from adopting in rules language that's identical to the general statutes, that's treated as being unnecessary. So I don't have a huge objection to this. I'll vote for moving it forward. But I just want to note, some of these rulemaking processes are getting very odd. And they don't necessarily line up with either the APA requirements or the usual relationship between general statutes and rulemaking. So that is what it is. But it would be nice to get back to a more regular process where the legislature does legislation and the rulemaking agencies do rules that are consistent with the legislation, but aren't being directed to adopt rules by dictation.
Yes, and I
That's
think.
my editorial comment for the day.
No,
Well, maybe not the only one.
And I'll try to respond because I've been kind of active with this, trying to figure it out as well, because if you've noticed, at least one thing we've got says we don't need to go through a physical analysis, the regulatory impact analysis with a session law that was passed. So just to be clear, if the General Assembly passes a law, it's a law. And if they decide they don't want a regulatory impact analysis or any other rulemaking, they can make a law and we have to respond. In these cases, one with the wetlands and one with this, they said, we're changing the law. It becomes the law of the land immediately. And you guys over at the EMC with the rulemaking, y'all catch up to us. And again, to your point, it doesn't have to be, it shouldn't be exactly what they pass in the law. But this is kind of a cleanup. And it does bring the question of, what does to your point, Commissioner Smith, what does the rest of rulemaking look like if we're kind of just following what already is the law of the land anyway? So I'll be working with that a little bit more to explore that, but there is a little bit of that going on and we'll just have to be patient with it. But whatever the General Assembly puts down as law, that's the law, and we have to react accordingly. Yes, Commissioner Ellison.
I concur with that, but I think the legislature also establishes great clarity, and in a given statute, there may be several rules all through the whole system that need to be amended. And it gives us guardrails for how we amend all those other related rules.
Right, and we'll ask to say, I do agree with that, Commissioner Ellison, and we will ask the same thing at the federal level, because we get federal regulations that come in too, and we try to understand what does that mean, and the department does too with delegated programs and whatnot. So I think that is, we have guardrails that we can still adjust to, but currently this rule was pretty, well, it wasn't tight because it was 3 different laws that gave it to us, so.
It was 3 different laws.
Anyway, okay, that's discussion. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Montebello. Thank you, Mr. Keene, Commissioner Keene, and your committee.
Yes, sir.
Let's take about a 5-minute break, 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:15 and take on the information items at that point. in from the hallway, but that'll conclude our action items, so we'll move into information items. Next, to give you a little background on this next one, if you remember in December of 2023, we had a little orientation session, and we talked about all the responsibilities for the new members and whatnot of the EMC and those type of things. One of the things we did not cover was 150B in that discussion. I think I gave you guys some information on 150B. In the past, and it may be back to when I was chairman the first time, but we have had some presentations on 150B before so that we can understand how regulatory impact analysis works. And so Director Rogers and I talked and thought that instead of going through a big hour-long presentation, we have a briefing today as just kind of an introduction and overview for everybody and let you guys ask some questions, and that may stimulate some more reading in 150B for those who have not done that. So at this point, we will call Mr. McLennigan in if he's here. There he is. For an overview of regulatory impact analysis. You'll tell us who you are and where you're from, and you look like a new a person before us right now. So,
all right. Well, thank you, Chair Solomon. My name is Ed McLennihan, and I am the Assistant State Budget Officer for Demographic and Economic Analysis at OSBM. And I'm here today to give an overview of the regulatory impact analysis process. And some of y'all might know this as fiscal notes, and they're interchangeable terms, but whether you want to call it a regulatory impact analysis or fiscal note, it's really just it's a tool that you all can use and the public uses to really identify, to quantify, and communicate the impacts of a proposed rule change. So, and at the end of the day, what we really want to know is North Carolina going to be better off as a result of whatever rule change is up before y'all? And to determine that, the agency is going to identify the impacts of the rules, and then they're going to quantify and monetize them to the extent that's possible. And the reason is to the extent possible, to be able to weigh the costs and the benefits so we can see what the different trade-offs are, both on a global scale or on a North Carolina scale, and also to the different entities that are affected. So as you can expect, this is not usually a simple or quick process, but it is a required part of the state's rulemaking process. And that's for three main reasons. The first is to improve rule design. And that's because this process is at the front end of the rulemaking process. And really want to make sure we go through this structured analysis so that the agency can give thoughtful consideration to the rule and the impacts of those rules and what the potential outcomes might be, in addition to making sure that the rules address whatever the underlying problem is that they're trying to identify or trying to address, while also identifying and correcting any unintended consequences or undue burdens. The second purpose of the analysis is really to inform you and other stakeholders in the process. So we know that there are many different criteria that y'all use to make decisions on rules, but this is one tool you have. And along with public comments and other inputs, this is one tool you can use to inform your decision-making on the rule. And finally, the document is a way of communicating with the regulated community and with other stakeholders about the rule, just to increase transparency. And it can also address some of the anticipated questions or concerns that the community might have about the rule. So each impact analysis that comes before you is going to be unique, and some will be more complex than others, according to the nature of a specific rule change. However, each of the impact analysis that comes before you is going to address the same key questions. The first analysis is going to start with what is the underlying issue that really requires a regulatory response. So the second would be what the agency proposes to do about that in terms of different requirements or processes. And then lastly, what we as a state can reasonably expect to achieve as a result of the rule change. And this is kind of giving you a big picture of the what, the how, and the why for the rules. But analysts will also go further to identify who will be affected. And that includes both the public and private sector entities. And then they'll do the best to monetize the costs and the benefits to each group. I remember that we're looking into the future and asking, how things are going to be different compared to kind of the business as usual case. And we know that there are always going to be uncertainties and data limitations with this sort of forward-looking analysis. And the analysis should also convey, how confident that we can be about the estimates for the impacts. And then once provided with that information, we can then ask kind of bottom line, are the rules likely to make North Carolina better off? Do the benefits outweigh the costs? And by how much? And even within that, is this the most cost-effective solution? Or are there other approaches that would give us an even bigger bang for the buck? And lastly, I want to emphasize that we're never going to have perfect or complete information. So this is not looking into a crystal ball, but it's about kind of bringing the best information we have and experience available to inform the rulemaking process. So when does an agency need to undertake an analysis? So the APA, the Administrative Procedure Act, requires a regulatory impact analysis when the rule package creates either a state government or a local government impact, and that can be either through revenues, expenditures, or staff time, or if it creates a substantial economic impact on the public and private sectors combined of 1 million or more in any given year of implementation. Now, the substantial economic impact is calculated to include both costs and benefits in aggregate, not net. So if you have a rule that has $500,000 in costs and $500,000 in benefits, even though the net impact would be zero, it would have 1 million in aggregate costs and benefits and thus be a substantial economic impact rule. And rules that have this substantial economic impact are going to require a more in-depth analysis and a discussion of alternative approaches and that the agency considered, and why the agency chose the proposed approach instead of the alternatives that they considered. Now, an analysis is required when any of these three thresholds are met, but doing an analysis is considered a best practice regardless. It's a way to communicate with the interested parties that the state is about what the state is trying to address and what is changing, and that's even when it's not expected to have a large impact. It also helps to make the later stages of the rulemaking process go more smoothly. So what are we talking about when we talk about a regulatory impact? So here we're talking about not looking at costs and benefits resulting from the rule change. Lost my place here. And what's important to consider, though, is that we're not just looking at kind of budgetary impacts. So the impact is generally going to be greater than just looking at the budgetary or financial costs or savings. And the impacts that might most readily come to mind when you're thinking of a rule change might be the time or the resources that are invested in order to implement the rule. But those are just really half the equation. On the other side, I want to think about what the purpose of the rule is and what the goal of the rule is to achieve. And for rules that come before you, some of those impacts might look like impacts on changes to the risk of disease, injury, or premature death, changes to healthcare expenditures, changes to natural resources in terms of their commercial or recreational value, or just kind of direct consumption of a natural resource, or they're looking at their ecosystem service value as well. So when we're looking at the impacts, the scope for the impact is the entire state of all entities within the state of North Carolina. So the impact analysis ends at our borders. We don't consider impacts to entities outside the state of North Carolina. But we do account for multiple perspectives. So even though we're looking within North Carolina, we're looking at state government, local government, different private sector entities, and the general public. To analyze these impacts, analysts are going to draw on a variety of different sources, and that's going to include kind of peer-reviewed scientific information and economic literature, It's going to include administrative and program data. It might also include surveys of regulated entities or other interested parties and professional experience. And that's to be able to provide some insights onto the implementation time and the resource needs. So while the APA requires agencies to quantify the costs and the benefits, it's not always possible to fully monetize the expected impacts. And this is one of the really big challenges we face. And there are really two main reasons for this. First is that there's always going to be some kind of uncertainty related to making predictions about what the regulatory intervention will change in the future state of the world. The biggest challenge is that regulatory benefits associated with better health or environmental quality can be especially difficult to quantify because they're a product of many different factors, not just the rule change. And because we often lack the research that directly connects the regulatory intervention to the ultimate outcome of interest. And you can see on this flowchart here, these are the key pieces of information that we need to be able to fully monetize the rule impacts. And more often than not, the staff and regulated entities can tell us what the regulated entities will do differently in response to the rule changes. We can usually identify the types of environmental impacts that are associated with this behavioral change. But we don't always have the pieces of the puzzle that we need to say, how much environmental conditions will change and how much that change will subsequently affect the things that we care about, like recreational quality, lower disease rates, or commercial value. For example, we might know that a rule change will reduce discharge of a particular contaminant, but we might not know how much. Or if we do, we might not know how much that reduction will reduce human exposure. And then we might not know even then how much that change will affect health outcomes. So the bottom line is that to monetize the value of the rule impacts, we need to know the size that's directly attributable to the rule. And that is unfortunately where research and data are sometimes not fully available. However, that doesn't mean we need to kind of just throw up our hands and give up. So this is definitely one of the key messages I want to get across, that even when we can't fully monetize all of the outcomes, the analysis will still provide you with useful information to help you make decisions. And so instead of having an absence of information, the analysis should at least identify the expected outcomes to all the affected parties. The analysts writing the analysis will provide other context to help you gauge the likely magnitude of the effect whenever possible, and maybe provide some upper and lower bounds based on the best available information. Whenever a precise estimate is not available, they will identify and discuss the relative unknowns and limitations related to the analysis. And for complex rules, those will require a sensitivity analysis that will basically show how the results might differ under a different range of possible outcomes that are all within the range of uncertainty. And also will need to show how the proposed change compares to several alternative changes that the agency considered. So then you can use all of this information about the unmonetized impacts related to the costs and benefits that have been monetized. And then you can bring all of that context to bear to make your own judgment. So based on how likely you think the benefits will outweigh the costs and what the impacts will be to various entities distributed across, throughout the state. So far, I've been talking about what the analysis contains. I want to talk a little bit about what OSBM's role is in the process. So our role is to review the proposed rule changes and the accompanying analysis to ensure that the agency has comprehensively identified the impacts. And we also certify that the rules and analysis meet the requirements laid out in the Administrative Procedures Act. So we have the staff at agencies who are the subject matter and program experts. They conduct the analysis. But state agencies generally do not have economists on staff to do the work. But there's two exceptions within DEQ being in the water resources and marine fisheries. So OSBM provides the technical guidance and our expertise on the cost-benefit analysis methods and other policy analysis methods. It's important to remember that we only have one full-time equivalent position dedicated to reviewing these rules. So OSBM by necessity is required to rely on subject matter staff expertise for the scientific impact related to the rule change and details about the rule implementation.
So point of order, just because this is fascinating to me, it was been for a long time. So when you say one, that's not just for DEQ or the EMC's work.
That is for the all agencies in the state.
Right, then that's a fascinating thing. So every board and commission, however many that is, that's doing rulemaking is bringing all those to one person.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thanks. But OSBM, even though the staff prepared the analysis, we ask detailed questions and provide a lot of technical guidance to ensure that the analysts have captured all of the impacts that we see to North Carolina and make sure that they quantify those impacts to the extent that's possible. So once an analysis is complete, so OSBM also, if there's a state impact, we will want to make sure that there's state funds available to implement the rule. So even if there's a rule that has substantial benefits, it can only be implemented if there's actual state funds available to do so. So our division within OSBM will then meet with the budget staff to ensure that the state resources are available to implement the rule if there's a state impact. For rules that have a substantial economic impact, OSBM also will certify that the agency has adhered to certain rulemaking principles, and those are outlined in 150B there. But they can really be paraphrased basically as, did the agency seek to design the rules based on best available data? And did they do so with the dual goals of minimizing the costs while also achieving the regulatory objective? So our certification is based on the results of the analysis and discussions with the agency during the review process. Once the analysis is complete and those requirements are met, then OSBM will approve the rules and then move on to publication and public comment period after EMC's own review and vote. So here you'll see there's a kind of a somewhat simplified view of the rulemaking process and the flow of impact. And you can see that the OSBM part of the analysis happens early in the very early stage in the rulemaking process. And that's so the analysis can really inform the rule design from the very beginning. And also inform your decision about whether to seek further input or on the rules or to modify them. If you should vote to publish the rules, then the analysis becomes part of the public comment process. The public input can add or correct some information that was not available to analysts at the time, or provide more perspectives and context. And all of this will then be available to you before your decision about whether to adopt the rule. So the information and the impact analysis is one of the many things that factor into your decision. So in addition, you have the public comments and other criteria, but we've talked about how it can be a useful tool at many stages in the rulemaking process. So with that, I will turn things over for questions.
Okay, very good. And that was a detail, that was an overview, it was good detail. And if we want a longer presentation and show calculations and all that, I will be glad to have you back and at the request, but I think that's a good overview. And I know in my practice, I do a lot of this type of analysis. I think we've got them all sitting there together. We've got three over here and our commissioners over here with Commissioner Reardon. I'm drawing a blank.
Well, Gibson, I teach students how to do this.
Yes, I know. And Commissioner Lowry, I believe you do too in some of your practice as far as risk assessments and quantifications and whatnot. So I know there's at least four of us here that practice this. And the comment here is, we're trying to do this at a state level and including the statutes. There's some advanced procedures I know we can't get to sometimes in this type of analysis, but I believe it was been said. It's important we do it early and we do it transparently so that all the parties know what the potential costs and ramifications of our rulemaking is. So with that, let's open it up for any questions. I'm sure we'll have a few questions on the information. Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, I wanted to say this was really excellent. I thought it was great to have the presentation, and I thought you did an excellent job. I hope you're not the N of one that's doing everything. Because you get back to work. But I just wanted to just ask a question, and maybe I missed it, and you probably said it very clearly because it was extremely clear. Your review or your office's review is it's necessary if the economic impact is $1 million or greater, or it affects the state or federal agency, and otherwise it's not necessary. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Right, so that's when the APA requires a regulatory impact analysis is if there's a state impact, local impact, or if there's a substantial economic impact, that's the 1 million in total costs and benefits in any given year. But again, mention that it's, generally, even though it's not required by the APA, it's still a best practice to prepare that anyway, especially because sometimes it's, not clear at the outset whether something will have a substantial economic impact or a local or state impact.
Yeah, and usually if I can add, and you'll correct me, but I'm the worst at it. Usually if it's $1 million or more substantial impact, we usually call it a fiscal note. That's just thing. And the regulatory impact may be some local or state impact that's below $1 million, but we're still doing the analysis. I know that's not perfect, and I know I tend to call them all fiscal notes, just in my practice, but is that close to being right, or is that?
From our side, the terms are really interchangeable. So it's, I think more traditionally have used the term fiscal note, but I think more recent times we've referred to both as more regulatory impact analyses.
Okay. Commissioner Reardon.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Reardon. Question, that $1 million threshold for significant impact, is that an aggregate across state government and private industry across both of those, or just help me understand that?
That's right. That's total impact to all entities. So state government, local government, and public or private entities as well.
Okay. And follow up?
Yes, follow up, Commissioner Reardon.
And so if it is a substantial impact, does that same one person do that part of it as well?
Yes. So for all the reviews of the regulatory impact analyses, we have one person in our team that handles that.
But Commissioner Reardon, for our reference, staff is putting it together and developing, and his staff is reviewing it and basically certifying that there's state money available for it and that they follow the right procedures. So that's the extent of their.
I hope they have a contingency plan for that one person. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellison.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, go ahead. Series of questions, Mr. Ellison.
You rely on agency staff as subject matter experts for a lot of your work. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any QA/QC or verification of the data sources involved on your end from what the agency provides?
Right. So we work with the agency, and we, especially, as we have a lot of experience dealing with rules from many different agencies. So we've developed, not the depth of expertise that the agency level staff have developed, but we do have some expertise to be able to ask some, probing questions and make sure that, the full gamut of research is being brought to bear, and, looking at different research methods. So I think we do offer some, some guidance as well. So.
Okay. Next question. Do you evaluate secondary and cumulative impacts?
So in terms of the secondary impacts, generally that's considered outside the scope of the direct impacts of the rules. But I think we would encourage, especially if there's clear secondary impacts or cumulative impacts, that the fiscal analysis or impact analysis would at least consider those and identify those as well.
So for example, if in the stakeholder input or in public comments, if a business that employs 350 people says, this rule will put us out of business, how do you evaluate the impacts of that sort of stakeholder input?
So in terms of very specific stakeholder input, we tend to, that's a little bit more detailed than we would generally consider, but we tend to rely more on what the research or what the cost would be, based on the analysis itself. So it's we don't get to necessarily impact the individual business, especially if it's an impact with many different impacts across a lot of different regulated entities. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bailey.
I'm just interested in the workload, especially since I know there's only one person doing it. But if there was a pie chart that said this agency has this percentage of the work coming through in a year, how many rules are you reviewing in a year? And what percentage for each agency that's doing rules?
We do track that data, and I don't have it here with me, but if it's something, we can provide that information in a follow-up.
Yeah.
You guess, or not really?
I know it changes from year to year, so I think a lot of the, environmental quality, health and human services account for fairly large shares because they're fairly large agencies within the state. But with the all agencies really, especially those that have a regulatory role, come before our office. So it's we definitely interact with a broad array of agencies from state government.
Let me ask you this question. It's not Tom, but how many agencies do you think is range? Give me the range of how many agencies send you rules to look at from an OSBM certification. Is it 20? Is it 50?
I think, again, it varies from year to year, but I would say I'd have to check with staff, but I think, at least several dozen a year.
Yeah. But when you break that out by 40 hours a week, it's not very much, is it? No. That's a lot.
That's a lot. And that's
comment.
that's multiple rules per agency as well. So
Yes, I understand. Commissioner Baumgartner.
Yeah, for serious questions.
Yes, serious questions. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned the EMC or commissions as stakeholders. What I'm trying to figure out and resolve in my head is who owns the document. Is it an agency-owned document that goes to OSBM? Then that's received by the commissions, or how does OSBM view that? Is the rule itself is a commission rule? Is the OSBM, or excuse me, is the fiscal analysis actually part of the commission's package as well? Or is it just with the agency before it gets OSBM approval? Who owns this fiscal note document to be able to make comments and before OSBM makes the approval?
So in terms of OSBM's approval, so we don't take ownership of the document. We do provide approval, and for substantial economic impact rules, we do certification. But in terms of the process itself within agencies and their commissions and boards, that process is more up to the individual commissions and boards themselves.
Yeah, let me, and I think the clarification was you're asking who brings it to him, and it's usually the agency, I think, but that may be up to the different agencies and boards.
And there's an opportunity, that's not just being a stakeholder or commission and not being a stakeholder, or is there opportunity to engage the agency in the development of that fiscal note along the process? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Understood.
This one person that you have accountant, or what is their background, and how does that position? Are they a numbers person, or what is their?
Yes. So we've had several people fill this position over the more than a decade that I've been at OSBM, and generally folks who have a background in economics and policy analysis is the kind of the skill set that's required to do well in this position.
Sure. Last question. So we were looking for timing and review yesterday, and now that we know that you have one person, that timing and rule of statute may be a little bit interesting, but we came up with a 14-day timeline for OSBM review. Is that in rules? I mean, is that right? Is that accurate, or is that, what is the statutory rule definition for OSBM and then reality, I guess?
For rules with a substantial economic impact, the statutory turnaround date is 14 days. For rules that do not have a substantial economic impact, we definitely do our best to try to adhere to that, even though it's not required.
Sure.
But the requirement applies to the substantial economic impact rules.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, presentation.
Yes, Commissioner Smith, I'm sorry. or
Yeah.
either one.
So this is maybe one fun fact accompanied by a question, so the $1 million aggregate impact is actually very low, and the legislature had lowered it over time through amendments to that statute. So North Carolina has almost, probably over 11 million residents today. And so that works out to about 9 cents a person. That's what that $1 million threshold equates to. So the cost benefit question for you is there any cost benefit in raising that threshold or altering it in a way that it's truly capturing significant impacts? Because that is a very low threshold when you're looking at aggregate. And given the staffing challenges both in the departments and at OSBM, it's not clear we need to be doing that many.
What I will say is that so even within rules that are substantial economic impact, the depth and complexity of analysis will increase above that threshold. So rule impacts that are closer to the threshold are usually a less in-depth analysis than those that are, orders of magnitude above that threshold. So we have to, manage the available resources we have in terms of time and staff time, based on the rules that come before us, and prioritizing the impacts the analyses that have a larger impact is how we manage that.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yeah, I had a very related question, which is conducting a thorough regulatory impact analysis requires a lot of time and expertise. And for example, the EPA in its recently announced new maximum contaminant levels in drinking water regulatory impact analysis employed 2 separate consulting firms, each with a substantial team, and then a large team at EPA to get that done. And I'm just wondering what your perception is of are the resources available at the agencies adequate to support doing thorough and justifiable, defensible regulatory impact analysis?
Well, thanks. And no, I haven't been doing the actual analyses for quite a number of years, but I've always been impressed by, given the constraints in terms of staff and budgeting, that the agency staff generally do a very good job of, being able to quantify. And I think that's where we get to the issue of, being able to monetize all the benefits. I think, given the available resources, maybe if we had more, we could do more in terms of going from identifying to quantifying and monetizing. But I think that in general, the staff do a good job given the resources available to be able to identify resources to the extent practicable. And then some agencies also do rely on contractors, as you mentioned, as the EPA has done as well. So.
And I do think I know you're not making necessarily a political or a state government statement, but that's why I think the part about getting it early in the process and having us participate, as Mr. Bumgarner says, it's helpful, because what we don't want to do is get to the end necessarily and then have a lot of questions about how the RAI was done, or those questions are much better served in the beginning, as you've already stated, so that analysis can go as efficiently as possible for your staff and DEQ staff as they go through it. So, okay, Commissioner Deering.
Thank you for speaking today. I think this is very helpful for all of us to hear this and get a refresher on it. I certainly agree with what Dr. McDonald Gibson said. Having worked a long time in the regulatory development support field, I've seen a lot of many years and many people involved in developing RIAs for federal standards. I would like you to go back to slide 5, if you would, please. This is not necessarily to point out to you, but to point out to the commissioners and to the department. You've included a bullet there that says ecosystem services value. I'm glad to see that added. It didn't used to be part of the mix when OSBM documents were being prepared for OSBM. I want to remind members that we are charged with protecting human health and the environment, and it's our responsibility as best possible to put a value on the economic benefits that are achieved with rulemaking. It's a challenge because sometimes the data is not there, but there is a growing body of peer-reviewed literature on economic valuation of ecosystem services. There's a whole community out there that meets regularly and compares notes and collaborates on research. And I've really encouraged the Division of Water Resources and Division of Air Quality over the years to try and become more familiar with the literature that's available. But I really think it would be worthwhile, either with OSBM's assistance or the department doing it on its own or getting some advice, to go through a literature review of some of the key elements of environmental benefits and looking at what the body of literature is, so that they can have those resources on hand when they have to perform these studies. So I just wanted to make that point to the commission members of the department and to thank you for raising that as one of the elements of an RIA. And then the other thing that I wanted to emphasize was what you said in one of your closing remarks here. And you said the RIA is one of the factors in decision-making. It's not the final factor. It's one of the factors in decision-making. Our charge is to protect human health and the environment. We have to consider costs in some cases. In other cases, federal statutes prevent consideration of costs, such as certain air quality programs. But when the time comes to weigh the costs and benefits, past practices with EMC and I think with federal processes too is normally if you have two options, two pathways to regulating and achieving the human health goals that you want, for example, for air quality, and they both achieve the same level of protection, that's when you start looking at what the costs are. You compare the costs across the two options and then weigh that costing into your decision making. So I just want to make a point to the commission members and the public that cost is important, but that's not our primary charge. We want to have the most cost-effective ways of achieving the public health goals that we need to have in this country and in this state. So thank you for letting me say that.
And my apologies, Commissioner Duhake, because I know with Research Triangle Institute, you did a lot of this type of work too, and so I didn't recognize you earlier. But,
Oh, no, that's okay.
but I know you, but between that and this commission for 20 plus years, cumulatively, you've seen a lot of this stuff. So apologies there for me to not.
No, that's okay, but RIAs have come to play a larger role in the decision-making of this body. And I understand the need for it, the purpose of it. We want to preserve our economic viability here in the state, but I can find a good balance, I think, in protecting human health and the environment along the way.
Yeah, and I think your points are well taken. It's not so much the cost as the documentation that goes into the decision-making process of cost and benefits, that trying to make sure we fully understand that full range of everything. And the points are well made.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Ellison.
I believe it's slide 11. You don't have to go find it, but it shows a rather complex process for establishing a rule with lots of arrows going back and forth and all that. And it's, as it should be, it's thorough and and multiple stages, multiple steps. My question is it, when might it be appropriate to publicly disseminate conclusions and findings of the RIA before the RIA is complete?
That's an interesting question. I think that's, at least to my sense, it's kind of outside the purview of OSBM. I think that's, I mean, for us, it's more focusing on reviewing, working with the agency or commission staff as they're developing the rule and then in the analysis, and then approving it and certifying it once it's at that stage. But I could see it, in terms of when rules change or if there's new information that comes to light, that can come back to us in terms of the analysis and if there's rule changes. So it's not the arrows in the slide there do show that if there's changes or the rule kind of gets pushed back in the process, that it does come back through us. So
yeah.
So there's scope for changes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the process is that the draft RIA is what goes out to public notice with the draft rule. So it goes out to public comment already as a draft and then comes back to the commission at the time we adopt the rule. We also approve or not the final RIA. So that public comment period is there. It's in the context of the rule public hearing.
Correct. And I think Commissioner Ellison's question may have been, well, go ahead. You go ahead.
Well, it's when a committee or the commission is presented with conclusions, but the draft RIA is not complete. That's the question. When might that be appropriate?
Let me make a comment. Try to, and then I want to wrap this up and move on. I think I think we have to approve this before it goes out, regardless whether OSBM certification is part of before it goes out for public comment, but it's all draft, as Commissioner Smith says, till it comes back. So we can look at it day one in committee with the department. They say we want to make a rule up, or we can look at it before it leaves the committee, or we can look at it whenever. Different agencies do it different way, but OSBM doesn't get into that as much as making sure it's certified before we send it out for that initial public comment, and then we approve it when it comes back. So I don't think you're going to find anything in the APA or from OSBM that says we got to do this at this time on a draft. It's as he's pointed out, it's on all those lines, it is an iterative process that should be done between us and the agency as we develop. So the rule. Yes, Commissioner Keene.
Just for clarity then, when the committee, and I chaired yesterday, a action item with a draft RIA. But the findings from the department related to those findings. So my understanding then is the RIA stays in draft format as we're looking at it, and the department pulls that in findings and gives it to the committee as information, and that regulatory impact analysis stays in draft format all the way through the rule process. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, it will be certified by OSBM before it goes out the first time for public comment. But it's still in a working draft form until we finally approve it with the rule. We have to approve it when it goes out for comment, and we have to approve it when it comes back.
Thank you.
And we can get more of that later. The other comment I would make is, y'all heard some of this yesterday as well. There was like a 10-year time frame put on one of the RAs that was done. So there's some discretion here where we get into the nuts and bolts of this for commissioners that do this. Is it a 10-year period, a 20-year period, a 30-year period? His discount rate, or the OSBM discount rate, stayed as like 7%. And you can argue that's too high or too low, depending on what we're doing. But there's a lot of other mechanics that can go in these calculations. And, we can follow back up for that information too, if you'd like to. So there is some number of stuff going on behind the scenes, as we know. So, Commissioner Weiss, you have a comment?
It's actually more of a question. I've heard discussion today about vetting, I think, of what the agency presents in their RIA. So I'm interested in how or what entity, whether it's OSBM or the department, when then comments are received by stakeholders who, when they put out their numbers or their concerns. I guess I'm thinking of some of the letters that this commission has been receiving regarding the 1-4 issue. And I've seen, particularly in a letter from Greensboro, throwing out that it cost one of the manufacturers $1 million. How do we know? And when does that get vetted by you, by OSBM, when you get that kind of feedback?
That's a good question. I think in terms of, when, going through the comment period, if new information comes to light, then I think, in terms of, if the agency's going back and doing review of the fiscal note itself or making changes in response to that, then, we would work again with the agency to identify and maybe change the quantification of some of the impacts.
But at the end of the day, it is our rule and our RIA to approve. So it's up to us to work with the agency, to work with OSBM to get what we want. Because when it's approved, you're signing off on it, not anybody else.
Exactly.
You've taken the information and you're living with it. If people say, you costed me money, I'll say, yep, Jill Weiss didn't do all her homework. You can't blame it on DEQ, so to speak. You know what I mean? We have got to take that level. We've got to trust each other, but we've also got to take that level of accountability that the numbers are right.
But to account for that, it seems like we can't just accept a number.
No.
Oh my gosh, this is costing that much. I mean, there has to be further evaluation and verification.
Yes, and he could talk about some of his sources, but like Commissioner Gibson said, at the federal level or state level, you can have third-party consultants do it, do their takeoffs. You could have other documents, like people have done construction bid estimates and have actual numbers. You could have certified numbers in court proceedings, as you know, from the AG's office. But yeah, you just don't grab a number, I don't think, out of the air.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
Yes. Is that true?
Right, yeah, we definitely encourage agencies to use the most relevant and most vetted information available. So if there's competing sources, if they're looking at the source that's most relevant and most vetted for the analysis.
Commissioner Deering.
Just one quick question. You were saying as the RIA is draft and goes to public hearing, it has to be certified by OSBM at that stage. Could one of you please tell us what certification involves?
If you read 150, I'm going to start out 150. B says that the certification, he's got two parts of that. One part is that the available state funds are available, that he certifies they're there. And B, that the agency used the right processes to do that. But OSBM is not certifying that the numbers that are behind that or the process that was necessarily used deep down in there is right. They're just those high-end things that's got to be reviewed and that it meets state budget requirements. That's what they're certifying, I believe. Is that true?
So yeah, I brought up the slide here. It shows for the substantial economic impact rules or rules of state impact so for rules of state impact, we're certifying that the state funds are available to implement the rule. But then in terms of the rule itself, we're looking to see, certifying by those principles that are outlined in 150B 19.1. So specifically principles 2, 5, and 6 that are up there on the screen.
So I'm just trying to gauge for all of us to understand what degree of review is done to achieve the certification stage versus post-public comment period. Is there additional thorough evaluation done after the public comment period if the document doesn't change much?
If the public comment doesn't bring to bear substantially different information, so I mean we certify kind of before it comes to y'all and it goes out to public comment. So that's when we do the certification process. But then if there's substantial changes to the rules as a result of public comment and it comes back before us, then we would then recertify it.
So we just all need to be careful when we say has OSBM approved the RIA? We probably shouldn't say approved. We should all say certified before we make a decision about going to public comment. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
I believe certified is the right word. Is that right? From the statute?
Both apply. So there's approving the regulatory impact analysis and then certifying that the rules met the principles outlined there and certifying that the state impact, if there is one, that there's funds available. So there's both, there's an approval of the analysis and a certification of the regulatory principles and the state fund availability.
So the bulk of the review does appear to happen before it goes to public comment then?
That's correct.
The bulk of OSBM's, okay.
Mm-hmm. And I think I say certified because certified's in the statute. I didn't realize it was both, but we don't need to get confused that when we say an approved, that OSBM approved, it's more OSBM. For us, our approval process to me is approved, just like it would be approving the rule. Where I hear OSBM, I hear certified that you've reviewed the process and the procedures, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? And again, we can have OSBM back anytime you guys want to. I thought this was great. I thought it was a great session. It did fulfill what I wanted to do. And I regret we couldn't do this during orientation back in December, but I think it was time well spent today to go through it and encourage y'all to read 150B. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next information item on the agenda. Is this okay, I had it backwards in my mind. This is discussing the regulatory, recent federal regulatory impact actions on PFAS in drinking water. And before I get started with this, I think this is a question I've asked, and I didn't have it in the package. But, and this may be more for Director Rogers, but is there anything that was done in the recent federal regulatory actions that were announced last month? Then we're talking about water here, but I'll ask Director Scott the same thing for the surplus stuff that we need to be doing for you right now. Is there something that the EMC needs to do in response to new federal regulations with respect to drinking water, PFAS in drinking water?
I did look into that, Chair Solomon, and at this time, there are no responsibilities or requirements. You don't have it in.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear and make it clear to the commission that if there are, by definition, a temporary rule, if there are changes, in this case, in federal regulations that require us to do something, that we will do a temporary rule for you to make sure that we're obligated to do that so y'all can enforce what the feds are requiring. And the same thing happens in the state requirements. If we don't get some of these things done, we're obligated, temporary rule to respond to state regulations when we can. So I just want to make sure that there's nothing in the federal regulations that we need to be doing right now.
Related to drinking water, that works with the Health Services Commission as well. Rebecca will be a new face for the year.
Correct. Well, you sent her in on a hard one now. Director Abrazinska sent his new person in on an easy one, and you sent her in on the hard one now. That's I don't know about that. Commissioner Smith, did you have something?
Well, that was going to be my question, I guess, is it the Commission for Health Services that would have to amend the state drinking water standards then to incorporate the new MCLs? Okay.
Rebecca can answer that in much more detail.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Guess we'll do it right here. Yeah, we've done that before. Let's be on there wrong then.
Have you practiced without your slides?
That's not it. No, I just got to download it.
We've got copies of your slides if you can.
That's
if you
it,
can
right?
get it.
This without my slides.
Is this it?
That is not it.
That's not it. Okay. This is the correct one? No, that's the gasoline.
Right, that is not.
Which one is it?
No, come down.
Come down. Information items.
Down
Oh.
further.
Nope, keep going.
All right.
Keep going. She's not Mike.
Oh, okay.
That is, there she is. There's Rebecca.
All right. I'm not supposed to download it. That's it. Yeah. So that's from.
That's it.
Right.
That's it.
There you go.
All right. Thank you. Hi. I am Rebecca Sadowski, the Public Water Supply Section Chief. And as Richard mentioned, we typically deal with the Commission for Public Health. So that's who we will be going through for our rule adoption to adopt this into state regulations. So a little bit of what I'll be talking about is the new regulation, and it was just published in the Federal Register less than 2 weeks ago. So this is all very fresh information. I'll be talking about the water systems that will be impacted by the new rule, the timeline for the rule development at the federal level, the final maximum contaminant levels and the hazard index and how to calculate that, the sampling frequency and compliance that the water systems will have to comply with, the PFAS treatment in drinking water systems, key effective dates of the rule, a little bit into the health effect language, although definitely not a deep dive into that. And then I'll be talking about the robust sampling that we've been doing here in North Carolina with our water systems for PFAS to have a better understanding of what our water systems will be dealing with when they must comply with this regulation. And then I'll be a little bit into implementation challenges that we are foreseeing with this regulation. So in North Carolina, all community and non-transient, non-community water systems with their own source will be affected by this new PFAS rule. So those are two different classifications of water systems. Community water systems are cities and towns, municipalities, places where people live and they get the majority of their drinking water. Non-transient, non-community water systems, the majority of those are schools and businesses that have their own drinking water source. So people get a significant portion of their water, but not as much. So we have 1,961 water systems that will need to comply with this regulation. 1,651 of them are community water systems, and 310 are non-transient, non-community water systems. And to break that out a different way, 1,790 of them use groundwater as a source, and 171 use surface water as a source. Though the number of systems using surface water as a source is much smaller, those systems tend to be much larger, so it's actually a much larger portion of the population that is served by surface water. So the final PFAS rule development in August of 21, EPA established the EPA Council on PFAS, and in October of that same year, they released the Strategic PFAS Roadmap and the National Testing Strategy. Last year in March, EPA proposed the PFAS National Primary Drinking Water Regulation and the Health-Based Maximum Contaminant Level Goals. And just last month, the final rule was released and published in the Federal Register. So the final rules establish MCLs, or maximum contaminant levels, for 5 individual PFAS, and as well as a hazard index. And they're listed out here. So for PFOA and PFOS, some of the historical PFAS, it's set at 4.0 parts per trillion. And then for PFHXS, and I'll just use Gen X just because it's easier to say than HFPO dimer acid, is set at 10 parts per trillion, those two, as well as PFNA. And then there is a hazard index, which I will go through in much greater detail on the next slide. And compliance is determined by a running annual average at each entry point. And the entry point is where the water actually enters into the distribution system. So that is post-treatment. So this is the water that people will be drinking. So that hazard index is a long-established approach that the EPA has regularly used, for example, in the Superfund program. It's used to determine the health concerns associated with a mixture of chemicals, and it's calculated by adding the ratio of the water sample concentration, so the concentration when you go out and take that sample, to a health-based water concentration. And a hazard index greater than 1, the water system is going to be required to take action. That's going to be considered a violation. To be considered an exceedance, the hazard index has to be a mixture of 2 contaminants. So, and this is the formula that is being used. So you can see Gen X, PFNA, and PFHXS with their health-based water concentration set at 10, and then for PFBS, it's actually set at 2,000 parts per trillion. So we do have approved methods. The 2 approved methods are EPA Method 533 and EPA Method 537.1. Water systems are familiar with these methods because they are used in UCMR 5. About 300 of our water systems are currently sampling under UCMR 5. That's the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule. It is administered by EPA, and so those water systems are collecting those samples now. Some of the changes from the proposed rule is that the compliance deadline increased from 3 to 5 years for water systems to comply with the MCLs. It set new individual MCLs for PFHXS, Gen X, and PFNA at 10 parts per trillion. And the hazard index is now required to be a mixture of a minimum of 2 contaminants above the detection level. Prior to this, you could have just 1 of those contaminants over an MCL or over the hazard index. And the hazard index calculation, they changed the health-based water concentration for PFHXS from 9 to 10. And the hazard index is now reported as a single significant figure. So it was 1.0 and now it's set at 1. So under the final PFAS rule requirements, the water systems are going to be required to conduct initial and ongoing compliance monitoring for the 6 regulated PFAS compounds. They will implement solutions to reduce regulated PFAS in their drinking water if their levels exceed an MCL. And I'll use MCL, and it's actually called a hazard index MCL, so they're all can just be called MCLs. Inform the public of the levels of the regulated PFAS measured in their drinking water, as well as a more stringent 30-day timeline if an MCL is exceeded. They have to take samples at all the entry points to their distribution system. So a water system can have, most of our water systems are small, and so they might only have 1 well, so they would only have 1 entry point to their distribution system. But we have many other water systems. We have some with 100 wells, and so they would have 100 different entry points into their distribution system, and they would need to sample each and every single one of those for PFAS. And they have to sample at the entry point during periods of normal operating conditions. So the initial sampling, water systems have to take samples for initial samples to determine what compliance schedule they will be on. And based on their samples, if they collect samples at, this slide goes first. The water systems have to collect these samples prior to April 26, 2027, and they have to conduct that initial monitoring at each and every entry point to their distribution system to determine their compliance schedule. Large groundwater systems greater than 10,000, as well as surface water systems, have to take quarterly samples, and it's technically 2 to 4 months apart within a 12-month monitoring period. We just consider that quarterly monitoring. And smaller water systems, groundwater systems serving less than 10,000 population, have to take biannual samples. So roughly 2 samples in a year, 5 to 7 months apart. And based on those samples, if the water systems exceed a trigger level for any of the contaminants, so PFOA and PFOS, and all of the trigger levels are set at half of the MCL. PFBS does not have a trigger level since that is set at 2,000. Not really sure why EPA did that. They just are not counting PFBS, not giving that a trigger level. And the hazard index is set at 0.5. So if any of the results are greater than the trigger levels, then the water systems are going to have to monitor quarterly come April 26, 2027. And similarly, if they are, all the results are less than the trigger levels, then the water systems will go to 3-year monitoring in 2027.
So question, if I
Yes.
can real quick. So it sounds like they have to do their initial monitoring within 3 years.
Yes.
And per the earlier slide, then based on that monitoring, they would have to do any construction or mitigation within the 5 years. Is that correct?
Not correct. So
Okay.
the water
I just saw
system.
your earlier slide, so go
Yep,
ahead.
sorry, yes. So they have 5 years to comply. So this is initial monitoring. What the initial monitoring is used for is just to set their compliance monitoring schedule. So in 2027, what they have to start monitoring at, is it quarterly or is it 3-year? And then we don't calculate the MCL until 2029. I have another slide for that in a couple of minutes, but that's where EPA, so water systems have until 2029. That's when we will determine whether or not the water system has exceeded an MCL, and then they will have to comply with that MCL. So they'll have 2 years of compliance data so that they can have that knowledge to determine whether or not they're going to have to install treatment or find another source.
And how long do they have? I'm a guy that does capital improvement plans for
Sure.
water utilities. So how long will they have to build that out? When does that hit their capital improvement program?
Our typical schedule is 6 months
To plan it, not to get it built.
to get it built, to come back into compliance.
Okay.
If they can't do it, we work with the water systems at that point. But the difference here is initial monitoring is a little bit different. EPA hasn't done this in a drinking water regulation since I've been working here for 18 years. So they're collecting these samples early. So they have data. The water systems are going to know whether or not they might be exceeding an MCL. So they shouldn't be waiting until we calculate it in 2029 to determine whether or not they need to install treatment. They should be doing that now. And there are many, many water systems in the state that are doing that.
And most are doing that, right?
Yes. Okay, this is a very busy slide. This is taken from EPA's website. This is just to kind of show you the complexity of the compliance monitoring schedule. So up in that upper left-hand corner, very small, is the initial monitoring that the water systems are doing now. And then based on that, it comes down and it kind of splits off into the left and the right and getting into the lower portion of the diagram. And so we've got quarterly sampling and then the 3-year sampling. And water systems, if you're on quarterly sampling, you have to take at least 4 quarterly samples. And if those results are below the MCL, then you can go to annual monitoring. And then if those results are below the MCL, then you can get to if they're below the trigger level, then you can get to 3-year monitoring. But if at any time you have a result greater than a trigger level and you're on 3-year monitoring, you have to go to quarterly monitoring. So it's just kind of this cycle that, again, we have over approximately 2,000 water systems, but then each entry point can have its own schedule. So it's a lot of monitoring. It's a lot of data that's going to be coming our way. And we have to figure out what schedule water systems will be on, increase, decrease monitoring. So the MCLs are based, as I mentioned before, they're based on a running annual average. So we calculate that on a rolling basis. So the example that I've given is we take the 3rd quarter of 2027 result and the 4th quarter of 2027 result, 1st quarter 28, 2nd quarter 28, and divide that by 4. So that would be their running annual average for the second quarter of 2028. And then we just kind of do that on a rolling basis. So every quarter, the water system, once they can return to compliance once their MCL is reliably and consistently below that MCL level. So the technology, the best available technologies for PFAS removal in drinking water are anion exchange, granular activated carbon or GAC, membrane filtration, reverse osmosis, and nanofiltration. The water systems will either need to change their source or implement advanced treatment options if they exceed an MCL. And this can potentially happen even before all of the quarterly samples are collected. If they have a sample, so I'll just use PFOS since it's, or PFOA since it's easy, it's 4.0 parts per trillion. If they have a result of 20, then they can exceed it in 1 quarter, because even if they have non-detects for the next 3 quarters, then they will be out of compliance. So you don't technically need 4 quarters of data. As soon as that's triggered and there's no mathematical way you can be below an MCL, then you trigger the MCL. The final rule does not set priorities to differentiate between the contaminants and the treatment technologies. So again, some of those key effective dates. The first one's a little bit tricky and we're still diving into it. We are, as I mentioned, this rule just became final and we are awaiting guidance from EPA. So June 25th, 2024, the water systems are going to have to meet the analytical requirements for the initial monitoring. And what that means is we have a laboratory certification program here in North Carolina, and all of the drinking water systems and the samples have to be collected from one of those certified laboratories. But as of right now, we don't have certified laboratories, because until the rule is final, EPA doesn't certify North Carolina to then certify our program to certify the laboratories. So that will not be in place by June 25th, 2024, but yet the water systems are going to be required to meet these analytical requirements. So we need to work that out with EPA on what does that mean, because that doesn't mean our normal process is we send it to a lab certified by North Carolina. It doesn't have to be in North Carolina. Some of our samples are sent out of state, and we have a reciprocity system so that we can grant reciprocity and certify those laboratories that are out of state. But we don't have that in place yet. So again, there's a lot this is one of my challenges with implementing this rule, is this initial monitoring. So that's just something that the water systems will have to comply with. And then April 26, 2027 is a big compliance date. That's when the water systems will have to report the results of initial monitoring to the state, and then they will have to start their compliance monitoring. And again, that's 2,000, we'll say 2,500 entry point data that's going to be coming to us that we have to then turn around, according to this, instantaneously and assign monitoring schedules to those water systems so that they can begin monitoring. Again, we need to work through some of this with EPA to figure out the timing on that. Water systems will have to start their compliance monitoring again at April 26, 2027, and they will have to put this information in their consumer confidence reports. That is an annual report that every community water system must provide to their customers. And that rule is actually coming up for change in the next week or so. So we're awaiting that final rule. Some of those water systems in the draft will be required to submit CCR now twice a year. But all PFAS results will be reported in the consumer confidence reports for all the community water systems, and public notification requirements for MCLs. So that will be 30 days of exceedance of an MCL. The water system is required to notify the public. And water systems will then need to meet the MCL compliance requirements by April 26, 2029. So that's that 2-year extension that they gave. So.
Got a question before she goes?
Yes, question before we leave it. Commissioner King.
Going back to the finding these molecular structures within these known legacy PFAS pieces that we're looking at, what about the unknowns when we go to these engineers or consultants through the system to get those reports of the unknown substances that, I'm curious about how they're going to define the molecular structure of that. Does that make any sense?
I'm not really sure of the answer to that. For the requirements under this rule, it will only apply to these 6 regulated contaminants.
Well, what do we do with the unknowns? Is there a structure a molecular structure that they put together to investigate that?
Yeah, I think what you're asking is, there's thousands of these.
There are, yeah, they've been
We're only
identified.
regulating 6 because we've got maybe a sufficient health numbers to look at the 6. I'm
Okay.
not, I think that's a fair way to say it.
Okay.
A colloquial
Mhm.
way. We know 2 of those aren't even really made anymore, PFOA and PFAS, but that's the starting point of this analysis. It will have to expand over time to go to those other thousands, but they have to have enough study data to say they need to be in rule or not, either federal rule or state rule to build that up. So they could scan it and look at it, but to report it by the federal standards, these are the 6 at this point. So Commissioner Gibson, clean that up.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, yeah, that's true. But, and also the analytical methods are specific to the individual PFAS, and you have to pay more to analyze additional PFAS. And then if you want to find out what's unknown, you would look for total organic fluorine, and that's a different analytical method as well. So I don't think that water utilities are going to be collecting information as part of this on unknowns. They're really just going to target these 6 unless they want to pay a lot of extra money.
Sure. Sure, but when the department is, I guess, is put on the department to find future, because this is going out 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, but at least put it into place somewhere or suggest it to be put into place that as these hundreds or thousands come up over the next 3 to 4 to 5 years and they're discovered, how is that breakdown going to be and how are those numerical standards and so forth?
And if I
I'm looking
can-
at the big picture.
Yeah, and big picture wise, I think that's the tricky part of communication.
Yeah.
The public has a hard time understanding what PFOA and PFAS and Gen X and all those different thousands of things are.
Yeah.
So we call them PFAS with an A, but really we're regulating them based on the individual ones as we get the data and the health effects done. So it really is a communication problem on a big picture to you, Commissioner Keen, at,
Thank
say
you.
the county level. It's a hard thing to communicate. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you that question.
Yes, it definitely is. And I will say, the treatment technologies do tend to remove other PFAS other than just the 6 regulated compounds. So that is a good thing. And I have heard that the introduction of the hazard index may be a mechanism for EPA to more easily add additional compounds as they get the scientific data and the numerical data to be able to do that. So
Chemical structure.
Yes.
I'm not a
Good
scientist.
question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't want to take us off track, and I know we got a schedule to meet here, but let's give it back to you then if I don't hear any other hands.
Sure. All right, so a little bit of the health effect language. And so this health effect language is going to be in the public notifications that have to go out to the water systems if an MCL is exceeded. So there are some differences. For example, pregnancy and childhood are mentioned for each of the 6 regulated compounds. Elevated cholesterol levels are specifically mentioned for PFNA. Immune, thyroid, and liver effects are mentioned for PFHXS, and cancer is mentioned for Gen X. And again, there is additional health effects language. EPA hasn't provided all of that, the template public notifications to us. This is over a 600-page document that we have to go through. So there's still some digging to be done. There is a little bit of state flexibility within the federal rule, not a lot. We don't have any flexibility on how we calculate an MCL or compliance, giving more lenient compliance schedules. But for water systems that are created and come into operation after April 26, 2027, we can set the MCL compliance schedules for those systems. So determining, we can work with the water systems to determine how quickly they can come back into compliance if they exceed an MCL. We can require more frequent monitoring during the initial monitoring phase. We can also require a confirmation sample for any sample results. So if we feel like a sample result is not representative of the water, we can request the water system to collect an additional sample. And we can increase the required compliance monitoring frequency to detect variations in the system. So if we think there was a PFAS spill or something like that and a water system is on annual monitoring, we can require them to go back to quarterly monitoring. And thus far, that is the limit of our flexibility within the federal regulation. And here is just an overview of the robust sampling that has taken place here in North Carolina. The North Carolina Collaboratory collected samples, the PFAS network, back in 2018 at 376 water systems. They collected raw water sample at our municipal water systems and analyzed for 47 analytes. We then collected samples, somewhat repeat samples at 50 of those water systems that we anticipated may exceed an MCL. We collected raw and treated water, and we collected 1 sample per month for 3 different months and analyzed for 57 analytes. Last year, we attempted to collect samples at over 600 water systems. This is voluntary sampling, so some of the water systems declined this optional sampling. We sampled treated water, 1 sample at 1 entry point per system, again, the same 57 analytes. We are currently attempting to monitor all of the remaining water systems that haven't been sampled under one of these sampling campaigns. And that's 255 water systems. We're somewhat finishing, we'll be finishing up in the next month or so with that. And again, that's treated water, 1 sample at 1 entry point for water system. We have 73 samples collected as of a couple of weeks ago. UCMR 5, as I mentioned, that's an EPA implemented program in which 298 water systems here in North Carolina are required to sample. And they're actually sampling multiple samples per system per entry point. It mostly matches the initial monitoring requirements, but not quite. Groundwater systems greater than 10,000 are only collecting 2 samples, whereas under the initial monitoring, they'll be required to collect 4 samples. And as of February 28th, we had 113 of those systems had sampled. So that sampling is actually taking place in 2023, 24, and 25 under a prescribed sampling schedule that EPA has set forth for those water systems. So we download that data every month and analyze it. Aqua North Carolina, they operate over 700 water systems in the state, and they have proactively been monitoring, and they have shared that data with us. So we have that data for the 6 regulated contaminants, and we received an updated results in April of 2024. And Carolina Water, we actually have now, this data is constantly changing every day, so this slide is already out of date. We have data for 96 water systems. They're analyzing for 18 analytes, and we received those updated results in April as well. So on a map, this is somewhat what it looks like. We've got over 1,500 systems here on the samples in red. So the red dots have a result that is greater than an MCL. And I'm going to stress that this is not a running annual average because I don't have that number of samples. So this is based on 1 sample. So it's more worst case scenario. Samples that have a result, but that is less than an MCL are represented by yellow dots on the map. All non-detects are represented in green, and there are some gray dots on the map. Those are the systems that we have not sampled yet. So you can kind of see hot spots, if you will, of areas where we have found more concentrated MCL. So as of April 10th, based on single sample results, about 17% of our water systems have results greater than an MCL or hazard index. PFOS and PFOA are coming in at 14% exceedances and are the most prominent of the contaminants with an MCL set. We are seeing a few violations of or exceedances of the hazard index, and we are finding some PFAS other than the 6 compounds. As I mentioned, we are analyzing for 57 different analytes. And in North Carolina, based on that, we are projecting that approximately 320 water systems may exceed 1 or more of the PFAS MCLs or the hazard index. And based on that, approximately 3.446 million people in North Carolina would be served by systems that exceed 1 or more PFAS MCLs. And I state this, there are water systems that have already planned treatment or installed treatment, so that number is coming down daily, and I don't have a running count of that, but we have plans and specifications for over 50 PFAS treatment systems in-house right now. So some of the implementation challenges, I mentioned that initial monitoring, so we're waiting on additional EPA guidance on what we can accept. We operate with a federal database called SIDWIS, the Safe Drinking Water Information System, and we are very much hoping that that database will be updated by EPA to automate some of that data evaluation and schedule creation. This is a very large workload for our staff. Anytime we have a new regulation, and with greater than 300 water systems that may exceed an MCL, they're going to be competing for resources, both monetary and physical resources. And I will just add that we are currently, to kind of tie into the previous presentation, we are currently preparing a fiscal note for this federal regulation. So we are planning to adopt this rule by reference here in North Carolina, not make any changes to the federal regulation, and that will go through the Commission for Public Health.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. Do you have a breakdown among those 300 plus systems with MCL exceedances about the sizes of those systems? How many are small systems?
The vast majority are going to be small. I mean, there's not really that many large water systems. If you think about it, we have, I think, less than 100 water systems that serve a population of 100,000 or greater, and that number may actually be 10,000 or greater. The vast majority of our water systems are very, very small, serve 500 or fewer people.
Yes. Commissioner Bailey?
Have some public water systems already installed certain kinds of technologies?
Yes.
And can you give us an example of ones that have already installed this technology?
Sure. Just off the top of my head, CFPUA has installed granular activated carbon.
Yeah,
and
I
there
went to
are a
their
few
plant.
others.
Yeah, and saw it. So I just wanted to emphasize that they're ahead of the game.
Yes, most definitely. And water systems we've been trying to communicate as best we can to the water systems so that they are being proactive. So that by the time we are actually calculating MCLs, that number is going to be much, much, much smaller than 320.
Yeah. Commissioner Reardon was next.
Yes, this is really great, and you did a great job, Rebecca. When you look at those systems that are exceeding it, is there some prioritization, meaning those that are slightly exceeding these standards greatly and then significantly exceeding these standards? So there's some prioritization here on what systems that you're going to prioritize to work with first, based on concentrations in your sample. That's what I'm looking for.
Yes, and we are sending letters out for all of our sampling right now. All of the larger water systems have already gotten their results and collected samples. So the sampling that we're doing right now is a lot of these smaller water systems that may not have the resources, and we are providing them with information to the Division of Water Infrastructure. We are partnering with them to try and get funding to these water systems, and we are letting them know their results and encouraging them to let their customers know what those results are. There's not a federal requirement for that yet, since the rule isn't in place, but we are encouraging water systems to notify their customers of those results. And yes, we are prioritizing based on concentrations and population affected.
Commissioner Lyerly next.
Yeah, again, thanks for that presentation. And again, apologies for this question, just because, I'm also relating to some of the human exposure that we're probably looking at, and, we're concerned about that. In the infectious disease world now, the human exposure is monitored a lot by wastewater, in which we can identify the exposure to populations and so forth. Is there any work on the wastewater assessment of PFAS to get an idea that drinking water plus other sources of exposure contribute to what the human exposure would be?
Yes, I am only dealing with the public water supply side, but I believe some of my other colleagues in the department are working on things like that. So I would defer to Sushma to help with that answer.
Yes, sir. Groundwater wells as well as wastewater are where the discharges are occurring. And so we are monitoring for PFAS concentrations in those samples. Private wells as well as wastewater treatment plants.
I think the question would be, are you looking at the differential? Like if I'm drinking water at Cape Fear Public Utility at this level coming in and the wastewater is at this level, where's the balance coming from? Is that the question from a health standpoint?
And that is really, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That is really the crux of the connection between drinking water systems and the wastewater samples data that we're seeing. So where is the source of those waters that are contributing to the concentration of the drinking water systems? And are the discharges from upstream sources affecting those drinking water systems? And that, I hope that answered your question.
Let me do this too, because Beth Eckerd's back there and I see her. She's a target. Beth, do you want to say anything? You've had this experience at Cape Fear. Anything on the drinking water versus wastewater side and any kind of health studies? You don't have to come up. I'm putting you on the spot.
We have been sampling.
Come on up here just a second. You can introduce yourself. And we just want it brief, but I know you've been trying to, I know. But your name has been brought up, and I know y'all been,
I'm stretching.
y'all been trying to look at the balance of water and wastewater, and just from a firsthand utility, is there anything you can say or want to say on that, or?
We have been sampling our wastewater treatment plants. We've been sampling our biosolids. We have also been sampling not just our surface water plant, but all of our groundwater wells. I will say we're in compliance. And even with trigger levels, we're in compliance at our water plants and as well as all of our groundwater wells. However, we're monitoring our wastewater side. We've also monitored out in our collection systems, looking to see what in our various different waters, because we know what our background levels were that were going out in the system, but also, in our areas where we have collection systems that only serve residential versus commercial, because we've been trying to identify, well, if we do get to a point where we have to regulate our industries or something that discharge to our wastewater plant, where are they and what's the balance versus what we might have been sending to them from our Sweeney side, from our surface water plant or other plants, what's the balance? So we've been kind of looking at that. We haven't really drawn a lot of conclusions yet. We've got a lot of data, but there's a lot that comes from even groundwater systems that you're not really measuring a background, but in the wastewater from those communities, because there's so much of these compounds that are part of our everyday life. So there is data that shows that as well. So it's a very complex issue for all of us as utilities. We spend a lot of money. I know a lot of utilities have and will be.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, public health is paramount. So.
Thank you, Beth. And Beth, you're also still the president of the Water Quality Association too, aren't you?
I am.
So she's kind of North Carolina perspective, but I hate to put you on the spot. Thank you. And Commissioner Lyerly, was that a reasonable answer to? Thank you, Beth. Okay. Commissioner, yes.
Yes, I would just like to say the difference, like when you're monitoring for infectious diseases, human discharges are kind of the only source in wastewater. And the difference for PFAS is that, again, they're present in so many consumer products. And so when they appear in wastewater, they're not just coming from human excretions. The overwhelming amount would be coming just from, use of consumer products, things that go down the drain, things like that. But I do have a student that recently finished a study on what the contribution of PFAS is to total exposure in some different areas, because of course there are other sources like food contact materials, carpets, dust, and so on. So if you're interested, I can share that with you.
Yeah, you share with all of us if you can. That's something you could distribute. I've seen numbers like 20% coming from water. That may not be right.
It really varies a lot depending on whether there's a major PFAS source or major sources near the community. We found we included a background site that's not near any major sources, and in those kinds of areas, there's very little contribution from water.
I'm gonna go to Commissioner Smith, but then come to Commissioner Reardon because he does food all over the country, and I know he's looking at this issue in our food products. So Commissioner Smith.
This was just a follow-up question to the earlier question about small versus large systems in the 300, among the 300 that are showing exceedances. Do you have a feel for the breakdown between groundwater-based systems and surface water systems? Because I know a lot of the smaller systems are groundwater-based.
Percentage-wise, surface water systems, the percentage-wise have a much higher detection rate and MCL.
Okay.
Yes, Chairman, Commissioner Reardon here. I'm not sure it would benefit this committee, but it might at some point to have a technology presentation. She characterized in her presentation about 3 methods today that they're using to get it out. Some of them come with some concerns. If you use activated carbon, do you have a cavitation issue or have break off, you might say? In some cases, is it a single pass? Is it a regenerative pass? Meaning, what are you going to, if you backwash it, what are you going to do with that backwash water? What are you going to do with these carbon banks once they're done? I mean, so some questions around that might be good for this committee to really understand in our zeal to get it out of the water, what are we doing with it then? Do we put it, does it stay with the carbon? Do we backwash it? What do we do with that backwash water? There may be some benefits to this committee to really have short presentations about some of the technology and how it works and how reliable that is.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And we've got the collaboratories report coming on 1,4-dioxane, which the technologies to do this and technologies to do that are different. So it's not a cumulative thing. So there are different treatment technologies for each and pitfalls with both. So I would agree. Is there anything from the food? I know you work with all the ag commissioners across the country with food coming into the country or across the country. Have you all looked at this any, just as?
It's an everyday conversation. It's one of those things that's not going to go away, but in the food context, you're always looking at what is your commodity, what is your uptake? Today with the biosolids, lots of conversation around that. How is that affecting the crops that you grow or the cattle and dairies and such as that? We've seen that in New Mexico and other places where they were picking it up. It shows in the water and the cattle and those issues of dairies there that had to close and go out of business as a result of that. And so this thing from an environmental aspect is multidimensional. We're speaking here to the water, but also from an agriculture perspective, also from the products that are produced on that farm and uptake, and with the milk industry as well. So this is a hot topic all across America. Some states more so than others. I don't want to call those out, but in some states are more forward leaning with some of their mitigation measures, millions of dollars to actually purchase some of this agriculture land that has been contaminated with biosolids. So we've got a lot of different opportunities here for this to make its way into the water and into the food system here. So we got to better understand it and what some of those mitigations might be. But yes, sir, Chairman, this is something that's talked about every day in the agriculture space.
Okay. Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you. I know this is a completely different arena with the Public Health Services Commission, but we have a federal standard. You're saying that the commission will adopt the federal standards by reference. I'm just curious, in that adoption process, will they have to go through a regulatory impact analysis?
Yes, that's correct. And that we are preparing that right now. This is a federal regulation. So if North Carolina doesn't adopt rules and accept primacy, then EPA will come. The water systems are going to have to do this regardless. So it will either be us implementing the rule or EPA implementing the rule. So yes, we are doing a fiscal analysis and have to go through the rulemaking process that was just described.
Commissioner Bumgarner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess that's how it jives with what we're doing on the state level versus the federal level, because we have before us some considerations of state standards for PFAS, and now we have the federal standards. And I was trying to resolve how both of those jive. So what you're saying, if I'm saying it correct, is there's federal regulations being put towards the states, but the states can come up with a state standard as well and not have to comply with or be in compliance with the federal standards with a state standard in place. How do these two jive? We got two different tracks. We got a federal track that we're going to incorporate by rule, it sounds like. But we also have some state standards we're considering now.
We're not, from the MCLs, I think what would have to happen to make the state rulemaking is that we've got to do a regulatory impact analysis for North Carolina. And that will make sure everything's transparent about the costs and benefits and what's happening here. There may be things in North Carolina, as Commissioner Reardon might have alluded to, that would impact the costs and the technologies and treatments or even the impacts in the state. That's got to be documented to the public before the rule could get passed. It may not change the federal standard that's been put out there. In fact, it won't. But we've got to document the impacts to the North Carolina citizens per our 150B. It's my understanding. So please correct me if I'm wrong with that.
And we have been working with OSBM. We've had some initial meetings with them, and our understanding is that since this is a federal regulation, we can reference the federal impact statement as far as the economic impact statement. However, what we need to do is on the state side, like what does that mean to implement it here in North Carolina? And so it's not going to count the cost for the water systems to sample, for example, because they would have to sample either way. So it's just the additional burden on North Carolina if we adopt a rule here. So it will be primarily staff time and resources and things.
And Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Bumgarner.
I'm not even talking costs. What we're dealing with in committee right now with PFAS, how does that relate to what we're doing for the federal side?
Mr. Chairman, that actually was what I was
Okay,
going to
Commissioner Smith, go ahead.
comment on. I think the difference is that the set of rules we're talking about here for the Commission for Public Health are under the Safe Drinking Water Act. those rules only apply to public water systems. And they apply to the treated water, as she described, that's coming out of that public water system. The rules this commission is looking at are Clean Water Act rules. I mean, the problem for the public water systems is they have no control over the source of their water. They're having to go to the Cape Fear River or a groundwater system. And if those groundwater resources or surface water resources are contaminated with PFAS, that's going into their water system. So our piece of this is to look at the source side. We have an obligation under the Clean Water Act to ensure that surface water sources of drinking water are meeting health-based standards. And then we have state laws that address groundwater, primarily state laws. But so it's complementary because the federal rules are just addressing this little piece at the end of the water treatment system process, while what's going on before that is really in this commission's ballpark.
And almost what factor of safety do you put on
There's
that?
two different processes. I just want to be clear which.
Yes,
what
yes,
we're-
that's your point. Yes, yes, they're interrelated, but they're two different processes, and hence why we don't have a direct action. Health and Human Services has an action out of the regulations, not us per se, but we do need to be diligent about protecting, as Commissioner Smith says, the surface waters to make sure or the groundwaters to make sure they're sufficient. Okay, I got Commissioner Ellison first, and then you, Commissioner Duhigg.
Just a couple questions. This shows public water supplies.
Yes.
Have you seen any significant differences between public and private systems?
We don't regulate private systems. I don't have that data.
Okay.
And, yeah.
And a couple questions about the sampling and analysis. I got the impression from one of your slides that the samples have to be collected by the certified lab? Or can the system take the sample and ship it to the lab?
The system typically takes the sample and ships it to the lab.
Okay. And how well established are the analytical protocols?
They're well established. The method has been around for several years now. I think I had a date on a previous slide, 2019.
Okay. And what is the timeline? So you can't certify labs. That whole thing kind of got me confused. Could you just kind of go through it a little slowly?
Sure. And sorry about that. So we actually have a memorandum of agreement with DHHS. So they handled certification of laboratories here in North Carolina for us. And so they certified the drinking water labs. And so the water systems will have to send their samples to a certified laboratory. So DHHS certifies, say, 50 labs in the state of North Carolina, and the water systems send their samples to them, and then the certified laboratory submits those samples to us as compliant samples. And for PFAS, that system is not in place. EPA certifies DHHS to then run the certification program for North Carolina and certified labs.
Okay.
And so that's the piece that isn't in place yet.
Okay. And how expensive are the analytical methods?
I have heard that it's well over $1 million to stand up PFAS analytical methods for drinking water at a laboratory. And I spoke with DHHS. So far, they have one laboratory in North Carolina that has expressed interest in being certified. So
And how long does their process for DHSS to certify a lab? Is that a 6-month process or?
I would have to ask them. I believe it's a couple of months. And DHHS anticipates being ready to be certified by EPA because they have to be ready to analyze the samples themselves. That's how they get certified, is EPA comes in and observes DHHS analyzing the PFAS samples and says, yes, you know how to do it, so you are now authorized to go out and certify the laboratories. And DHHS is anticipating being ready to be certified by EPA in a couple of months.
But it's quite possible that these requirements will be put upon the water
Yes.
systems before there's anybody around who can analyze the samples.
That is correct. And EPA has stated that UCMR 5 samples can count as that initial monitoring. So any of the laboratories, so EPA has certified labs across the country, none here in North Carolina, but across the country, to analyze samples for PFAS. And so our labs could send samples to those certified laboratories. But I'm also thinking that there are some other states that have PFAS requirements, state level requirements in place already. And so we may be able to allow samples from those states that already have certified laboratories as well. And that's the piece that we're waiting on guidance from EPA.
Okay, thank you.
Gordon, I've let this run about twice as long as I want it, but I think it's very informative and I think we've had some great questions. So Commissioner Gibson, and then we'll do maybe one more and then we'll move on. So.
Well,
Commissioner
I was
Gibson?
just going to say two things in response to Commissioner Ellison. One is that there's a lot of confusion about what a private system is. Private system doesn't mean privately owned. It's any system that serves 25 or more people or 15 or more service connections. And it could be owned by a private company like American Water, but it's called a public system. Private systems are generally private wells that serve one or two households. DEQ does regulate any system, whether it's publicly or privately owned, that serves, that minimum number of people. And then I just wanted to say we're actually very lucky here in North Carolina because we have the world's experts on PFAS analytical chemistry at NC State on my faculty. And also
that's not a plug, is it?
right here at an EPA Office of Research and Development in Research Triangle Park. They're really the experts. And so I'm assuming that DEQ will be able to leverage that expertise in moving forward with analytical lab certification.
Okay, one more question if we have one. If not, let's move to the next. Commissioner Deerhayt?
I was just going to say, my point about asking the question about the RA was, I understand there are parallels. We're not talking in the same statutory universe. There's the Safe Drinking Water Act, Clean Water. But in both cases, we have federal standards that we're obligated to address in this state. And I'm glad you said that there was an extensive RIA done for the Safe Drinking Water Act. Same thing, huge document for the Federal Clean Water Act PFAS standards. And I hope that the state will be able to take the information that's in there, make use of it to improve and make the best RIA that we can give to the OSBM folks to use.
Very good. Thank you very much.
One-
Commissioner King.
Just one statement to clarify something. I was just hearing what NC State and shout out to Chapel Hill here as well, but, it's an article that I've been reading with the North Carolina Sea Grant, Mr. Chairman, with the Coastal Watch, and it's the latest issue. But it talks about North Carolina Sea Grant partially funded the work of University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and NC State University with researchers who have developed ion mobility spectrometry, IMS. This approach examines individual ions to understand modular structure rather than only looking for a match to a known structure.
Commissioner
So I
King.
just to shout out for a little bit for the.
But you don't ever
Sea
interrupt
Grant.
this thing to talk about Chapel Hill now. We had the NC State rolling there. We've got the director of the engineering program over here and you just running Chapel Hill on us.
I
What is
pulled
that?
that up. That was just good info moving forward.
Thank you. Very
you.
good presentation.
Thank you.
Where we're going now is we'll go to the presentation from Division of Waste Management. I can't see it right here. And we'll try to do that in about 15 minutes maybe. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back. We'll get director's comments and then we'll go home. We'll take about a 30-minute break for lunch after this presentation. Director Scott, while you're standing there, I'm going to ask you the question, right? Is there anything we need to do with respect to your solid waste or your groundwater program that's required by the federal standard that we need to do for you right now, that we need to get passed in temporary rule or make it happen today?
All right, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. The answer is no,
Okay.
not this time. This is a informational item regarding US EPA's recent actions under Superfund, the CERCLA program to designate, thank you, two compounds as a CERCLA hazardous substance. But once again, thank you for the question. Michael Scott, Director of the Division of Waste Management, and merely an informational item, no pending action before this commission's anticipated near term related to this.
Okay, thank you.
So a lot of you may be familiar with the term Superfund. It's also associated with the Federal Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, or referred to as CERCLA. It does allow the United States EPA to clean up abandoned and uncontrolled contaminated waste sites, and also pursue responsible parties who may be responsible for those releases to the environment, and then reimburse the government for those associated cleanups, meaning EPA. As DEQ, our Superfund section within the Division of Waste Management does also work with EPA and U.S. Department of Defense sites across North Carolina to address Superfund sites in North Carolina. So we do work on this front, and we have a specific section within the Division of Waste Management associated with this. So today, following Rebecca's significant updates on EPA's actions related to PFAS and pending maximum contaminant levels for drinking water utilities, EPA also on April 19th issued a final rule designating 2 PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, as hazardous substances under the Superfund law. So what I would want you to understand about Superfund, it's basically a federal cleanup statute. When contamination enters the environment, it drives cleanup of that impacted environmental media, protecting receptors, including communities, et cetera. So with this step designating 2 of the many PFAS, as this commission has already discussed today, as hazardous substances in the Federal Register, it gives EPA that additional authority to pursue potential responsible parties and to facilitate cleanup of these compounds. So the rule was put out for public comment a good while back here, a couple years back, and was finalized recently here in April of 2024. So the federal rule will enable enforcement authorities to address PFOA and PFOS releases, which ensure that those that release these compounds to the environment pay for investigations and also cleanup of them. It also requires reporting of PFOA and PFOS that meet or exceed the reportable quantity of 1 pound. So it doesn't prohibit PFOA and PFOS use. As the chairman was discussing earlier, these are what we call legacy PFAS, 8-carbon PFAS that in a lot of instances have been phased out through the PFOA stewardship program, but they still can occur within our country and still can be used. So it doesn't prohibit them being used, but if they are released to the environment with this quantity, they are required to be reported to the appropriate regulatory agency. It also requires the U.S. Department of Transportation to list and regulate these substances as hazardous materials regarding their transport, interstate, and intrastate commerce. So it does not require entities to report past releases of these 2 PFAS compounds that are not continuing as of the effective date of the rule. So it was passed in April, goes in the Federal Register for 60 days, finalization midsummer here, 2024. And it does not change the liability framework under the Superfund law, which does provide liability protections in some circumstances for parties that are not primarily responsible. So we've included the links at the end of the presentation. I'll draw your attention to some key terms. You'll see that the documents from EPA focuses a lot on those who generate PFAS and use PFAS in industrial processes. So there's some key distinctions when we talk about liability and what EPA is going to look for as far as liability. And coupled with that, a very important document, which has also been linked for you. There may be folks who have questions regarding the ultimate enforcement of these 2 PFAS as hazardous substances. EPA also in April issued a memorandum on their discretion and settlement policy for PFAS under CERCLA as hazardous substances. So it does provide direction, and I'll showcase a little bit of that information in the upcoming slide on how EPA will exercise enforcement discretion regarding PFAS under CERCLA, and also holding responsible entities who significantly contributed to the release of PFAS contamination, including those who manufactured it or used it in manufacturing processes, to include federal facilities and other industrial parties. So this is probably a good take-home message for all of us when it comes to the significant step of PFOA and PFOS being included under the Superfund law as hazardous substances. It applies only to the EPA's enforcement discretion when requiring action regarding releases of these PFAS. It does not apply to other enforcement programs under EPA. And it's the second bullet here provides some key distinctions. EPA is saying in this document, which came about with the rule in April, that they do not intend to pursue entities where there's not equitable factors, do not support seeking response actions under CERCLA. So we get a lot of questions about community water systems. You know, there may be PFAS, as Rebecca just touched on, these types of systems, even municipal stormwater systems, which I don't believe we've touched on today, that could run into this instance of PFAS showing up in their collection systems, and also municipal solid waste landfills, where we know PFAS can be in everyday products. It can also be in industrial waste streams, and they end up in a final disposal facility like a Subtitle D landfill. The document, meaning the EPA discretion policy, also touches on publicly owned airports and local fire departments. So you're going to ask, is there a distinction between public and private? They do make an initial distinction, but they go on to say in the discretionary document that they will consider private operations that provide a public benefit. So you do have to read the document in its entirety. And then we often have the questions about the beneficial use in an agronomic sector of biosolids, or what are referred to as wastewater treatment plant sludges, as we try to keep them out of landfills, try to look for other ways besides incinerating them. They can provide an agronomic benefit, but what about agricultural operations that may have received biosolids that could have contained PFAS, or at least PFOA and PFOS within them? EPA has said that within this discretionary enforcement policy, those will not be the types of facilities they're looking at.
And if I can add too, just for clarity, make sure that all sides get heard on this, is EPA added this. They were lobbying. You can clean this up too for me if you will, Mr. Scott. So they added this discretionary enforcement policy in, but keep in mind, it is a discretionary enforcement policy. And there are a lot of people that are still worried. There's no reason to doubt EPA at this point, but as things change, administrations change, people change. Some of these things like agriculture or biosolids farms, where you've got some of these entities like a municipal wastewater system or industrial system with a farm, they're not producers, but it gets really sticky on the CERCLA side to get out responsible parties. And I think there's still a concern, even though this is a policy, it's not in the rule, and it's just a policy for now. So no reason to doubt it. I think it'll be fine, but you'll hear some of that as commissioners maybe on the other side if you get pulled into these discussions or read things out there. So is that accurate?
Yeah, very fair point. And, you know, the first 5 bullets are the critical ones. Then there's the kind of the catch-all. You know, it is a discretionary policy, meaning per se it's not a rule. We talk about terms a lot, but it's providing their initial guidance on how this will be implemented. The document does reinforce producers of PFAS, that's a verb, and those who use another verb, PFAS, in their industrial processes. So those are 2 key terms in that discretionary policy. This came out last month, so we're all digesting it, also seeking additional information on it. But it does provide these mechanisms for EPA to pursue active cleanup and really have the federal, you know, foundation to pursue responsible parties for PFAS. They had that authority before. It was a little bit, I'll say, higher bar related to a pollutant or a contaminant that they can consider PFAS as. They had to demonstrate an imminent health harm to reach that bar. With the designation of hazardous substance, they don't have to reach that same bar. So these are the links to the documents that we briefly outlined in this slide deck. Within DEQ, Division of Waste Management, as I initially indicated, we do work on North Carolina's Department of Defense sites. So there will be tie-ins to this designation of PFOA and PFOS as hazardous substances. With that ongoing work, which we do in collaboration with EPA and also with our other sites in our Superfund section, which we refer to as the Inactive Hazardous Sites Branch. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Director Scott. Very informative, very good. Any questions for Director Scott?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Commissioner King.
Could you go back, Michael, to the DOT slide, please? Yeah, down at the bottom. Okay, my thought with DOT. regulated, non-regulated, and what they do with, of course, stormwater, and how the surface water, stormwater, DOT. I would hope with all of this, DOT would be brought to the table to discuss these regulations for DOT. They do set somewhat apart. I have sat on the Global Transport, which falls under that board, falls under that, DOT. And I know when we come into this transportation piece with this, I really would hope that they would be at the table, Mr. Chairman, so we could get that if it moves through committees for surface water and stormwater.
If the question is to me, yes, I think we will consider that any rulemaking we have to do. I think on the federal level, they've already been active in the federal rules, so that's kind of locked. But anything we'd have to do further with DWM and some of those related rules, we would certainly consider that at your request, so certainly.
Right, and this bullet is really speaking to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, if you're familiar with that. Interstate, intrastate, and the key term is commerce. So when these compounds are moving across the country, across the state, it's going to be those federal motor carrier regulations that do get tied in. So that's what that bullet's really speaking to.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Ellison.
Has there been now, and I know this just happened, so, but have you heard any rumblings from other federal agencies, particularly the trustee agencies, that can regulate natural resource damages under CERCLA now that this compound is added?
Yeah, we are. Great question. Thank you for that. We are seeing some initial information on the NRD side, natural resource damage claim side. I'm not able to speak to it in detail yet, but I've seen those references made in some of the summaries already, and we'll be able to be pursued regarding the designation of these two compounds, but it's preliminary. Like I said, this just happened last month.
From which agencies?
Federal agencies, yeah.
Which federal agencies?
EPA had some information, and then there's been a couple of brief summaries regarding natural resource damage claims through conferences that people were presenting information on. So like I said, it's preliminary sources. We'll be glad to update you.
Okay. And related to that, so EPA is not typically a trustee agency.
Right.
They put themselves in one unique instance. But anyway, the other agencies typically, the federal agencies do not pursue NRD cases related to groundwater. They leave that to the states. North Carolina's parallel statutes related to NRD could allow the state to pursue natural resource damages for groundwater contamination. Is the state looking to pursue that at all?
Yeah, I think, obviously there's work being done by the Attorney General's office. There's already some filed suits that look at broader impacts across North Carolina. I won't speak specifically to the Attorney General's work and Department of Justice, but I think in trying to answer your question, there are some broader looks through those lawsuits that have been filed. I don't have them before me to really speak in depth to them.
So the AG's office is doing that rather than state trustee agencies?
To answer your question, the ones that's moving forward on that is Attorney General's office. Yeah, and those filed suits related to PFAS. That would be Attorney General Stein.
Thank you. Commissioner Bumgarner.
Yeah, one real quick question. So the transport question is one that's kind of interesting. I mean, people don't go down the highway with, tanker loads of PFAS in the back. So it's the components within what they're transporting. I mean, a truckload of plastics, would it have to comply with some of that placarding? Just how far does that go down into the weeds of, I'm assuming if you were for firefighting foam, a tanker load of it would have to be placarded for PFAS, but how far does that go down the chain? Because PFAS is in so many different products.
Right, great question. I don't know that I'm fully prepared to speak on PHMSA and federal motor carrier regs, but I agree with your point. PFAS can be in a lot of different, products. I think what we're hearing with the recent passage of this under CERCLA, folks are saying, definitely follow up with your consulting contacts. I've even heard the references to your environmental attorneys to make sure you're understanding the further implications. And then obviously your federal motor carrier experts, which I'm just not the expert on those regs to speak to the details of it. So EPA's flagging that'll be an additional piece. But I will tell you the fire marshals and others, they are putting out information on AFFF and the transport use of it, somewhat speaking to your point, but I don't know the exact answer.
Sure. And even these recycling facilities that have ton load of plastics, how they fit into this is kind of interesting as well.
So let me cut us off with this point. It's a great presentation. And let me say this. You've heard the talent we've got on this EMC that's following this topic and the interest we've got. And I think these two presentations have been great. I think Commissioner Reardon makes a good point. The treatment technology may be something we want to look at in July or September. I think that would be interesting. But I do think these two presentations may be back in November or January to get updates. I know this is fresh, and I think it's great the department's bringing this to us because we would ask these questions anyway. So I think it's great y'all brought it to us within a month, but you also don't know exactly what's completely going on within a month. So maybe in closer to the end of the year, you'll know more about how this is going to be done. And I think we'd appreciate another presentation because this is going to be evolving and we're going to get a lot of questions from the public with whatever role we play in all this. So,
Right.
So thank you very much. And I hope we'll have you guys back for something similar in a few months. So.
Yeah, that'll be great. And we'll probably add a question ourselves, the phase 1, phase 2, Commissioner Keen, I know you have a lot of interest in this area. Those questions are already starting too, so that's a good follow-up for us to also look into, but we'll take these questions back and be ready to report out on them. Thank you.
Okay. So game plan now. I'm gonna talk just a second about the last information item. We'll go to lunch. We'll probably come back from lunch at say 1:45. We'll get our lunch. We'll hear the director comments and then I hope we're out by 1 o'clock. I'm looking at it right. It's 12:15. Okay. So we may have a longer thing than that, but that's my target right now. So last information item that I want to bring up is a series of status reports that I guess these have gotten on the agenda in kind of they got added by the department when we sent out, I think I sent out to you guys the first 2 of these things. The update from our report on the narrative standard and the NC collaboratory report that I'd gotten a courtesy copy from the collaboratory. I sent those to y'all a week before last, I believe. I got the 1,4-dioxane from the department. I think I got it, may have been to PFAS, I can't remember. Maybe it's both. Day before yesterday, and this got posted too. I don't know a better way to do it. I don't have objection to putting it here. I don't know that there's anything we much can say here, but we don't have a repository like a SharePoint to store it. So this is the best place to store it. You guys have got it. Overarching comments. All 3 of these pieces play into how we look to handle the 1,4-dioxane and the cranial review, which is part of that. We talked about these 3 reports being kind of necessary to inform us. What I'll say off the bat is whether we're not going to wait to do anything with the cranial review or 1,4-dioxane to do a bureaucratic, we have to approve this in full before we move. And I've said that all along. If we get something close to a working draft to where we put something out in a draft rule to the public, that we pretty much know what these reports are going to say, the cost numbers in them, the changes to the narrative standard, it may take us longer to get finalized reports than us to take action in July or September or whenever that comes up. But we're not going to wait. I'm not going to ask you to wait on final documents to keep moving, okay? I do think everything that we learn from these documents informs us as they're being finalized or being in the working draft that we could use in the rulemaking process. And so I've not even had time to digest the 3rd one. So I'm not going to ask you guys to come up with a bunch of opinions today other than know this is where they're at. And when we come back in July or sooner, we can ask some questions about each one of those. So that's my intention for these today. So any further comments? Commissioner Smith.
So I have a question about the process related to the narrative standards report. And so the report the letter that has gone to the General Assembly makes some substantive points that I think are going to be subject to discussion in the future. That's for another day. The substance of those comments is for another day. I did already express a concern that the tone of that letter was less a status report than an airing of grievances, to use a Seinfeld reference. And I was concerned about that, both because it went out on EMC letterhead with all of our names on it. The process questions are 2. One is, it's not clear to me whether even the Water Quality Committee, the full Water Quality Committee, was aware of the content the letter before it went and the substance of that feedback. And it's also not clear what the process going forward is to make changes to the draft report. Part of the reason I was concerned about the sort of grievance-oriented tone of the letter was that this will be an EMC report. The Water Quality Committee has every opportunity, will have every opportunity to shape the report as they choose to do so. They started with a staff draft, and that's the way these sorts of reports always start if it's an EMC report. The committee will have every opportunity to make changes to the draft before it comes to the full EMC, and the full EMC will have an opportunity to review that and potentially make changes as well. So I think aside from how the content was handled to begin with of the letter, I think the other question is, what's the process going forward? And are there constructive conversations going on? Do members of the Water Quality Committee have suggestions to make for changes of that report moving forward? And I don't need an answer to what those changes are. The question is more, do we have a constructive process where committee members are actually making suggestions for changes they want to see and working through that in committee?
Let me respond to that, Mr. Chair. Water Quality Chair, as the Water Quality Chair, to her question.
Go right ahead.
Or
She
to her
asked it to me, but go ahead.
to
As
her
Water Quality
comment
Chair, go ahead.
is, first of all, the letter, I guess, Commissioner Smith would be alluding to would be the letter to GovOps. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that letter, I received that letter from you, Mr. Chairman, along with the others, that morning around 10 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock that afternoon, I submitted that same letter for information to all the committee members. Thank you.
Yeah, and go back. We, to answer your bigger questions with that, they have had a draft. They have had conversations back and forth. Both Commissioner Ellison is kind of heading that effort as the vice chair of that committee to make sure that report, it's still moving. At that time, some information was requested, and I think we asked the whole committee, Commissioner Keene did. We only got some questions from one person. I believe that was Commissioner Yarborough. And as of that date, when that project was coming up, became clear that we'd not gotten the comments back. That's not throwing a rock. It takes time to answer these comments. But progress was slow. We weren't going to make it by June 1st. That was a decision Commissioner Keene and I came to, and we talked to Commissioner Ellison as well about why. And so we wanted to be proactive and put it in because we knew the other reports were going in May 1st, and there was a deadline. So that status report was provided, and that report was provided to the committee who's working through the document.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, that was also with collaboration with the director.
There's been, to your question, has it been, yes, there's been constructive talks. There is still a ways to go. There is still a ways to go. And they will continue to work through that. And once we get it out of committee, we will bring it to the full EMC. Would I like to have it come from the committee tomorrow? Yes, but we are a ways away. And I think the letter reflects some of the key issues that we've been working through. So with that said, that has to come forward. The other part that I will say as we move to the other reports, there's information in the collaboratories reports where they've given the framework, but they were clear for those who have not read that report that while they've got a framework and a direction they're going in, they would not have cost numbers till later this summer. And whether that was August or September, I'm not sure. The department has some numbers too, but I want to make sure as we see stuff from the collaboratory coming up in the next couple months that we don't rush to put something out and then we find some other cost numbers that aren't or treatment technologies. There's cost, but there's also treatment technologies. And I think in that report, you only see 1 or 2 treatment technologies that are proven at scale for 1,4-dioxane. And so that may be as germane as cost or other information. But it's a pretty good report they've got framed up so far, but there's still more to go. So we won't see that till later. And then the department has gotten their 1,4-dioxane to the General Assembly by May 1st, but I don't think we've been able to comprehend that as a committee yet. So all 3 of those are coming. I think all 3 of those are going to inform rulemaking. What I will say is it's not my intention, unless it's this committee's intention, to slow down the training and review or anything on 1,4-dioxane on a final bureaucratic report, as much as it is that the content is worked through and we understand those impacts for the rule and for the regulatory impact analysis. We don't want to get ahead of our skis too far. And I do think we're within months of doing that. not years, just to grab a facetious term, but we're moving that way. So, yes, Commissioner Deerhake.
Just to clarify about Commissioner Smith's point, we received a copy of the letter that went to government ops, but we did not receive, to my knowledge, a draft of what was going to government ops so that we could comment it on as a body.
Well, you can criticize me for that, and I'll take it. I'm the chair, and I can put out a status report to who we're obligated to put a status report on. That's my duty as the chair. So, if I did it wrong, I apologize, but I did the best I could to not name names, but to show why we were there a little bit, a flavor of it without giving the whole thing. So it was a very brief letter. It wasn't as long as the collaboratories letter, but it was 2 or 3 pages, and that's surely within my realm to do it.
Yeah, and you said some of the members expressed concern, but the fact that it was used to convey grievances, whether that was appropriate, I don't know.
I'm not going to sit here and try to explain it. I presented the facts as I knew them from talking to different committee members and what I'd heard as chairman. That's not a grievance as much as I think those were statements of facts that needs to be resolved through this process. And we're going to resolve them. So don't blame the committee on that, but you can blame me for that. But it is a status report. That's all it is. And it will be working to be finalized.
May I ask just a general question about the reports that are going over there to make sure I understand? I think I know what the answer is. The preliminary collaboratory report cites the directive from the legislature of what the scope is that they're to address. But they also make clear that they do not address health in their report. They're only addressing the technology and the cost side. So was the health component of the legislature's mandate responded to with the dioxane risk assessment that the department submitted?
The SAB. That's how the department chose to take that to the SAB and have that clarified, and that's what they have presented. And they have got their part in. Their part's been
Right,
in
so
and released to the public and now
so
released to us.
it's a two-part fulfillment. Two parties are different responding to the requirement. Okay.
The legislation specifically, the technology and cost, as I believe it was framed, you can see was for the collaboratory, and the health was to the department. Okay. Further questions?
I would just like to make one comment, as chair of water quality, is that I never saw the SAB until it went out and became public as chair of water quality. And we do a lot of issues with health and safety and water and numbers. And we're discussing that. And as a courtesy, I never saw the SAB, but before it was released, though it's not my responsibility, but it certainly, went out without me seeing it.
Well,
Yeah.
and
So I was just trying to even it up a little bit.
well, the SAB is obligated to report to the secretary, not to the EMC.
It would be nice.
And I think the comments, I don't think there were any opinions expressed in the SAB report. It was rather identifying the number of people and their expertise who participated in developing that report.
Yeah, I think we've had a very good meeting. I think we need to keep things, we have to work together through this in a positive context. I was not part of the scoping with the collaboratory as the EMC chairman, nor was I required to be. Nor was I sent a copy of that report from the collaboratory. It was called courtesy copy to me. I was not involved in the SAB work or any awareness, as the chair says, with the SAB, nor was I required to. So I think keep it positive. We're all doing the best we can. We're all trying to inform our statutory requirements to the General Assembly on time or the status reports. And if there's faults in that, we'll work through them. But I do think at this point, we've got to continue working together and use all 3 of these documents to get a good rule and a good fiscal note put together. That's the bottom line. So let's eat lunch. It's 12:30 and we'll come back. Let's come back at 10 till. You can bring your lunch with you, but we'll come back in 20 minutes because I know some of you have distance to travel, Commissioner Bailey, especially Commissioner Yarborough, and try to get you out of here at 1. Okay? Thank y'all.
You took my microphone, that's why.
I appreciate that. I have, I definitely have to be out by
The legislature charged.
We are getting you out of here about We can come back into session. All right. For the record, J.D. Solomon calling the Environmental Management Commission back to order. Next on our agenda will be director comments. So what I'll say off the bat, just remind everybody, every director could probably speak for 30 minutes about his own different activities. What I've asked in the past is everybody to give us a written summary of what they've got. You kind of tell us 5 bullets, 5 minutes, the most important things in the department. But I do expect all you guys, and we all should, they put their stuff online for us and give us their comments. There's a lot of good information in the fuller report. So please read it. And the public has a chance to read it. So I like that too. It's not just verbal here. It's for the public comment. So if we go, Toby, you ready first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I like your math. You took my 5 and divided it by 2. That's pretty good.
There we go. Let's see. Our dam safety program, FEMA's announced that it's making $185 million available nationwide for high hazard potential dams for repair, modification, or removal in the upcoming year. They've moved back their second phase of application for that to August, so we won't know what will be coming into North Carolina right now. Right now, we're just sort of estimating about $14 million, but North Carolina will be offered the full amount of what we qualify for based on the number of qualified applicants that we have. This doesn't mean that dam owners that qualify will apply for the available money. Requirements and paperwork have been seen as onerous to some qualifying dam owners. So we've had some bow out or not decide to apply through us. Also, this grant is only available to state and local publicly owned high hazard dams and limited to certain nonprofits. Certain HOAs have to be a certain type of nonprofit to be able to qualify for those. Under stormwater program, we're preparing our NPDES general permit renewal for NCG 25. That's the construction stormwater permit not subject to the SPCA. That'll be going out in June. We're not anticipating making any significant changes to the NCG 16, which is asphalt paving, 17 textile mills, 18 furniture manufacturing, and 20 scrap metal. Also expire, and they also expire at the end of May and renew again in June. Also in stormwater program, we'll be finalizing our Access DEQ online permitting process solution for construction stormwater in the next 2 to 3 months, so that will complement our new system for erosion sediment control that went live on November 1st of last year. This will allow our applicants to obtain their erosion sedimentation control approval and their O1 permit coverage in a single application process for any projects coming completely through the Demler system. ENSC approvals that originate with local programs will also have an online process in this solution to obtain their O1 coverage. And finally, also in our stormwater program, our post-construction stormwater permitting will be implementing new permit review timeline requirements on July 1 of this year. As a reminder, the legislation reduces our permit review period from 90 days to 70 days, and it further reduces additional information review requests from 90 days to 30 days. That's the end of my comments. Any questions?
Questions for Demler? That was fast. I was
trying to give you what I promised.
That's because you're a state man, right?
Exactly.
Go watch Keen. He'll bring up that other school up here.
Efficiency. Efficiency.
Stormwater general permits, I don't hear much about them right now. Everything else running pretty good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. Everything down in the other part of the state, I see you went down there and had a little issue we talked about on the side. It's going good too?
As far as, for the most part, I've probably got an update or two to give you.
Okay.
Sideline, but you might have some more work to do, but.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you. Any other questions for Demler? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Division of Waste Management, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Did want to update everyone. Some of the commission members in the groundwater committee did get to meet our new section chief, Jason Watkins of the solid waste section. We had mentioned last commission meeting that Ed Musler had retired with over 30 years of state service with DEQ, and hate to see him go, but welcome Jason into that new role as our section chief. Some of you may have seen some of the media coverage regarding Buxton, North Carolina, the old naval facility, really adjacent to where the lighthouse was before the Cape Hatteras Lighthouse was moved. Our division, Waste Management and Water Resources, are working on that particular site, and the releases to the environment would appear to be petroleum products. It's a Park Service site, National Park Service site. Navy operated there, Coast Guard operated there. Our Assistant Secretary Sushma Mazemore sent out notices of regulatory requirement in the past few weeks to the Navy, to the Coast Guard, for potential impacts under North Carolina's groundwater rules and surface water rules. We've been in active conversation with the Army Corps about next steps. The Army Corps is on site and plan to be doing work next week to assess a potential pipe that was conveying petroleum at that former Navy base that's out on the beach, actually now exposed, and tracking it back to potential source areas. So just flagging that for you. There's been a lot of interest in that site, and it's been in the media a lot, and we've got multiple divisions working on it. We've talked a lot about PFAS the past couple of days. Our work continues to expand on that front. I would like to mention we are working actively on some AFFF or aqueous film forming foam areas. The UNC Collaboratory is also working in this sector, so we've got some ongoing work associated with the use of AFFF and specific survey we're working on with the Collaboratory to go out to fire stations regarding the use of AFFF, what type of water source they have at fire stations. We have run across a few in North Carolina that have been on private wells that there's been a concern or they actually impacted at their fire station from these PFAS compounds. So that's some ongoing work in collaboration with the UNC Collaboratory. And in wrapping up my brief comments, I would like to recognize all of our great colleagues this week. It's State Employee Appreciation Week, and a lot of great colleagues that we're fortunate to work with that cover a vast scope of work that never ceases to amaze me, that scope of work nor the talent that we're privileged to work with. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Scott. Very good. Any questions for Director Scott?
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Director Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to mention a few things that are going on. As you're aware, legislation requires us to continue to work on our trout permit. I will mention that on April 25th and 26th, we had a group of folks go out western North Carolina, toured 5 or 6 trout farms. It's a great experience. We had representatives from the department, Department of Ag, also EPA was there, joined us as well as the Aquaculture Association. It was a very informative and really good experience for us. We'll continue to work on that and provide input into looking at development of a new permit for aquaculture. And we're also in communication with the General Assembly on that matter as well. The Farm Bureau is there as well. Next, just under our permitting portion, we got lots of permits going on. I did want to mention that we have provided Greensboro a draft permit for their comment. And we're working with Greensboro on that permit. They have requested until May 15th in order to respond to the draft permit. And I believe we're also meeting with them this afternoon to engage in that discussion as well. The legislature is back, and we have a few things going on there. One I did want to make mention of is that there's a request to amend the fast track sewer certification that we are working on. We have met with the home builders. I think we've come up with a solution on that, and that should be moving forward as well. Finally, the drought update, what is written in my comments, there's been a change. We've had rain since last Thursday. So the map that you see in my comments is going to be improved. So that's good news. Mr. Chairman, those are the end of my comments.
I want to thank Director Rogers for his efforts. As you know, he deals with 2 committees, and he also deals with the herd of the whole EMC coordination on behalf of the division. So it's not ever perfect, but you put a good effort in, and we really thank you for
It definitely isn't perfect, that's for sure, but we're work to improve it. Yes, sir.
It's an effort. It's an ongoing effort, and we're doing good. So thank you for what you've done there.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for Director Rogers? Okay.
Thank
Hearing
you.
none, thank you. Director Abrazinskis. I think you're catching us all at a fatigue point now. We've heard enough on financial analysis and PFAS. I'm laughing at the chair here. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. A few statistics to start off with. First, we have 189 Title V permit applications in-house, and we have 32 vacancies in our division currently. I mentioned those two numbers because that's the best those two numbers have looked in about 4 months. So they're down from prior reports. 7 of those 32 vacancies, unfortunately, are engineering positions in the section responsible for issuing those Title V permits. Having a real hard time attracting permit engineers. Low salaries continue to be the big barrier for us. Flat funding and a lack of salary reserve are contributing factors to that. I'll remind you, our division is 97% grant and receipt supported. So when the legislature gives legislative increases for salaries, we don't get funding to support those increases. We have to find that money from somewhere else. Now, the governor's budget contains a few items that are critical for our division to continue providing the services that we do. Specifically, there's the first phase of a modernization of our funding in the form of some position fund shifts to appropriations. And there's also an enhanced labor market adjustment reserve that applies to grant and receipt supported positions. So fingers crossed that those things end up in a final budget that would be tremendously helpful to our current staffing issues in our division. In my written remarks, I provided a number of updates on federal EPA regulatory actions. There's just about a new action, either proposal or final rule in the air world every other week. On page 1 of my written remarks, there's a summary of the next steps on the PM 2.5 designations process. I'll spare you and won't go through that today. But there are updates on other recent EPA actions, including a proposal on new secondary NOx, SOx, and PM ambient standards, where EPA is proposing strengthening and revising the existing secondary sulfur dioxide standard to an annual standard to a level within a range between 10 and 15 parts per billion averaged over 3 years. Our preliminary analysis shows that if monitoring sites meet the primary standard, which is a 1-hour SO2 standard, then they will easily comply with this secondary standard that's been proposed. And all of our sites are complying with that primary 1-hour standard in North Carolina. So that's just a preliminary look to the future there if EPA finalizes at the proposed levels. EPA is proposing to retain the secondary standards for NO2 and fine particulates, and that comment period closes mid-June. Next, we're tracking an open docket on the regional haze rule, and we're going to be submitting comments on that by the end of June. Next, we're also tracking final rules that apply to GHG emission standards for power plants. Y'all will recall this is the 3rd rendition of this from EPA. There was once the Clean Power Plan, and then there was the ACE rule, and now there's this. And so that final rule that applies to existing coal-fired units and new gas-fired units is now out under the authority of Section 111B and 111D of the Clean Air Act. The Air Quality Committee and the Commission will be hearing a lot more about this package moving forward. In committee yesterday, we had a concept on the oil and gas in SPS and emission guidelines. That'll be a warm-up exercise for the GHG emission standards for the power sector. There are also ethylene oxide, NESHAP final standards, gasoline distribution final standards, and changes to air curtain incinerator and other solid waste incinerator standards that have been finalized by EPA since we last met, and we're tracking all of those. Finally, I just want to say a word of appreciation to all of my team and DAQ for the work that they've done to prepare for this meeting this week. It is State Employee Appreciation Week, so thank you to those of you that are online listening. It's also Air Quality Awareness Week nationally, so happy Air Quality Awareness Week.
Never knew it existed, but yeah.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Any questions for Director Abrazinskis? Very good. And we have a topic to follow up on too, I think, right?
Yes, sir, and we will do that.
Very good. Thank you. Before I go to committee chairs, and Dr. Lyerly, I'm not so sure if Commissioner Carter, Chairman Carter winked at you or not, but he wasn't feeling well. So you may have to give us a little brief on the Air Quality Committee if you prepare your thoughts for a second. Let me go to council next. Council, any remarks from council today?
I have no comments. Again, I'd just like to thank you all for having me again.
I think Sarah's done a great job, and she may or may not be back with us next time. We may have Ellie in here next time. But we continue to coordinate with Philip and have the right people in here with us. And I think Sarah's done a fantastic job the last couple of meetings she's covered with the committees and the commission. So thank you, Sarah, very much. Committee chairs, let's go to Chair Weiss first. We'll go backwards here. Any report from the Air Quality Committee from yesterday, brief report?
You mean water allocation?
Water allocation. You could do the air quality too, but water allocation. Yeah.
I have to, my report is thanking Vice Chair Smith, who at the last minute, I needed to call on her, so I'll let her give that report. My main comment today is to just say thank you to DEQ staff, directors, assistant secretary, because you do have a vast amount of talent and dedication, and I really appreciate it.
Mr. Smith, you survived the IBT discussions yesterday. So what would you say about the Water Allocation Committee yesterday?
Really not all that much. We had two information items. One was on the pending IBTs, and there really wasn't a lot of new information about that. I think no real new information on Fuquay Farina. On the Charlotte interbasin transfer, I guess the main piece of information was that, I don't know how to characterize it, but something led to the cancellation of the two South Carolina public meetings that had been scheduled. That is an interstate interbasin transfer. And as I think a lot of commission members know, the last time there was a Catawba interbasin transfer, it wound up in the United States Supreme Court. So it's going to be an interesting process, and not surprisingly, in the early stages of this, there's already been something of a disconnect over scheduling public meetings in South Carolina. They will be rescheduled, but the two that were originally planned for next week, I think, have been delayed.
Very good. Okay. Commissioner Reardon, Groundwater and Waste Management, any big thing to report?
Oh,
Highlights?
just a couple of things. We had lots of discussion in the committee around complete packages and such as that. We had lots of discussions around really trying to work very hard to make sure that all the materials for our meeting would be there 2 weeks in advance. We always know there's going to be exceptions to that. Obviously, like we heard with the drought a while ago with Director Rogers, you know, when the rain comes, the drought changes. So we know there will be last minute changes with things, but we had lots of good, I think, discussions around working to try to get the information to everyone in a manner that they can properly review it and take actions on, and from a committee perspective. Had good discussions around coal ash. We did push through the dry cleaning regulations, if you will, for going over to Rules Review Committee. So I think we had a real good meeting. Thank Director Scott and Jessica for the good work that they always do and the teamwork that we have there, and look forward for the great things that we can do together in the future.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Lyerly from the Air Quality Committee. Any highlights?
Thank you. Again, we had a great meeting. Again, the appreciation from the staff and the director. Chairman Carter was there the whole time, and there was two concepts that were presented that were emission guidelines for control of greenhouse gases, as well as a revision to permit review timelines and definitions pursuant to session law. Those, again, well presented. There was one action item, really basically the approval for the proposed rule and regulatory impact analysis to proceed to the EMC, and that'll come up on the calendar for that next EMC meeting. And then we had basically a conversation, not really any other action items at that time. And then again, a good discussion with all the committee members.
Good work on the fly there too. Tell Carter he owes you something for that. That's a good report. Commissioner King, brief report from the Air Quality Committee.
Well, it didn't take 4.5 hours yesterday for the committee meeting, Mr. Chair, just 2.5 hours yesterday. Had one action item though on the agenda, approval to proceed proposed reclassification of portions of the Yadkin River South, Yadkin River and associate tributaries to WS4 critical area. That was passed unanimously. We had great discussion. We actually had representatives from from both ends, from the department and from the Salisbury Rowan Utilities Director. That was just a real good meeting yesterday with that. That will be coming to you in July, coming to the commission in July. With that, I was glad to see the RIA. I always think Transportation Impact Analysis, TIA, but it's RIA, the Regulatory Impact Analysis, came in with that. It came in draft form, and that was one of the questions we had earlier in the presentation today. And I was real appreciative for the clarity for the RIA, in particular in this rule, because it did give quite a bit of guidance to the committee and how we move forward with this piece. The next committee meeting update, we did go over yesterday at the end of the meeting, the importance of PFAS, 1.4 dioxin, and the triangle review is getting that review mocked up with the director, and doing that and start working in that direction in next week and week after to have the 1.4 dioxin regulated, and talking with the committee about that and how we are to do that moving forward in a way that we can get this narrative standard PFAS and 1.4, all of it, as you mentioned earlier in your comments, Mr. Chair. But then we followed up a little bit too. That might have been off the radar, but there were some questions after the meeting, what happened to the classification, the definition of wetland rule that the legislature was looking for. And the committee did pass that. So we hope that to be considered for your meeting in July, is to get that piece that was passed by the committee, but yet has been held up somewhat in the department, looking at some narrative or looking at some wordage. So if we could get that.
Yeah, we have to work through it. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
think it's been held up there. I think we just need to work through some.
That's my report. Thank you very much.
Very good. Anybody questions for committees while we have the committee chairs here? Good reports, good brief reports. Most of you were here most of yesterday, so you've heard a lot of it. So thank the committee chairs for your work and the vice chairs for filling in today and yesterday. That's very good. Thank you. Let's go around commissioner comments. Commissioner Bailey, any comments or food for thought?
Just a comment. I appreciate the staff. I appreciate all the work that goes into making these meetings happen every 2 months. I remember when it used to be 9 times out of the year. So
yeah,
they must have been doing it all the time then, but I appreciate everything you do and your expertise and ability to be called upon to answer all our many, many questions. So thank you very much. And just, it's a pleasure to serve on this commission with everybody's different expertise. It's really great to hear some of our comments. So I'm honored to be on the commission. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Baumgartner.
Yes, sir. It's been an interesting week with a lot of the things before this commission, the media attention, and some of the things that have transpired. And I just want to say and clarify that I'm not going to speak for Commissioner Reardon, but we asked for some process things in the Groundwater Committee. And that seemed to be tainted in the light that we care only about physical analysis and not public health. And that is about as far from the truth as it can be. So I just want to clarify that for everyone, that we won't process, we want documents so that we can review the full package. I spent my entire career working, most of my career, for state government, trying to be a public servant and helping that process. And nothing's changed since I've got on this commission. I grew up here. This is my state. This is where I live. I want to protect public health. But we need to promulgate rules and that are directed at public health, as well as so the public can understand the rules that we're promulgating, what it means, what the context is. If they don't understand that, we've not done our job. And so that's the context I just want to leave everyone with. And anyway, I'll just hush at that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Deerhake, comments?
My thanks to all state employees for their dedicated service to the people of the state.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Ellison.
I've got nothing to add at this time.
We can all smile at that. Commissioner Twitty, that's a hard act to follow. Can you do that?
I'm
No, he
gonna,
won't be able to do
gonna add some today. I've had a lot going in my head the last couple of days and the last couple of weeks who've studied this material, and I find it helps me to write things out. So I'm gonna kind of read through it. That'll keep me on topic and keep me from babbling and getting off topic too. Some of this will feed into some of the other comments too, but I've been a commissioner for less than a year, and there's been a lot of change in this commission in that short time. It's become apparent to me, pretty much everything going forward is going to be questioned. We're going to have to work through that. I think I'd ask for the staff some patience as we work through this process. I am confident that we're going to come out better on the back end of this, but I think it'll take some patience and some faith working through that. I believe that the questions being, and I'll build on to Commissioner Baumgartner's comment here. I believe the questions that we're asking about why and how the commission and the department function are very valid. I think without an organization asking those questions, how do we hope to improve? I am concerned that we're wasting some time getting into some of the nuances of the science. We've heard today and continue to hear about the danger of these pollutants to public health. The staff here have done a very good job of explaining how North Carolina sets water quality standard. I think that's a very strong science basis for that. No, we don't know everything about these pollutants, but we don't know everything about the pollutants we've been regulating for 2 decades or more, and we never will. I think it was Churchill that's credited with saying perfection is the enemy of progress, and I would hope that we're moving towards progress. And I'll end with this. One of the things I've heard too is one of the main rationales for talking about lesser regulation and reduced water quality criteria is a concern about attracting and keeping business in North Carolina. So I went online this morning, Googled, like, is North Carolina a good place to do business? I'm a co-owner of a business here, so I already know the answer is yes. But one of the top hits that you get is a CNBC poll that was done last year. Probably some of y'all saw that article. And it actually ranked North Carolina as the #1 state in the union for doing business. That was not an opinion poll. It's based on a large number of metrics and data that they collected. Business friendliness was one of those categories. And within that, a subcategory was regulatory environment. North Carolina ranked 10 out of 50, so in the top 20% on the category. The other interesting part to me is the business friendliness category was ranked 7th most important of those 10 categories. Above it were ranked workforce, life and health, overall economy of the state, things like that. And I would pose that clean water and a healthy environment are very critical to those parameters. So I think the idea that lesser regulation promotes more business in a stronger North Carolina, I believe, is flawed and is missing a much bigger question there. So I'd pose one final question as a businessman and North Carolinian. If an industry is basing their decision on where to locate, on which state will allow them to dump more pollution, is that really an industry that we want to attract to North Carolina? I know what my answer would be. Thank you for indulging me.
Very good. Thank you. And I appreciate you writing it out. You're concise.
I wouldn't get through it otherwise.
Very good. I'm gonna skip the vice chair. Commissioner King, any comments from you?
No comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Larley?
No comments. Again, just appreciation to the staff for all the hard work in putting together these reports. Thanks.
Commissioner Gibson, I'm sorry I froze on you, but I was about to call you the wrong name, and I was not going to do that. But
No problem at all.
Thank you for forgiving me earlier.
I forget names, so I make a really bad politician. But yeah, thanks to all the DEQ staff, especially since it's State Employee Appreciation Week. And also, it's an honor to serve with all of these people and their amazing expertise and experience.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Reardon, anything to add?
Yeah, let me just say a few things. I agree with Commissioner Baumgartner. This has been an interesting week, a lot of challenges, but I think we've come through it, and I hope that everybody understands that our full commitment here is to protection of the citizens of North Carolina. A little bit about me. I have spent 43 years of my life working in North Carolina and with the federal government, and every day and every hour of those days to protect the citizens of this state and the food supply that they consume every day. If we went back to Dr. Van Eschenbach, the previous FDA commissioner, he made a statement, there's nothing more important than the quality of the person's food supply and determining the quality of their life. I take that very seriously, and we have a huge responsibility on this board to collaborate, to get it right, and make sure we're doing the things to protect the citizens of this state. And that means in many cases being complete with the things that we look at, not partial, not pieces of it. We have a responsibility to do that. And I take a complete exception when any of that is questioned, but we're going to move on beyond that. And so I do want to thank Michael and Jessica and the whole team for the quality of work that they do and their commitment to keep the citizens of this state at the top of their work every day. Because our environment and our food supply is all interconnected, whether it's the air, whether it's the water, whether it's the food we eat, all these things are interconnected. And it takes everyone here to really get it right. I will say that in final that I have learned who the hardest working employee is in the state of North Carolina now, and that's that one single physical analysis guy at OSBM. So as your employees here may want to go somewhere else, you may want to remind them of that one employee over there. But thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reardon. Commissioner Smith, any comments?
Just one suggestion for future discussion, so obviously not for today. But as we've talked over the last couple of days a lot about regulatory impact analysis and what's needed to move a draft rule from a committee to the full commission, it's become pretty clear that different committees and different programs are doing different things and expecting different things. So I think we really need to reach agreement among all of us about what we expect to have in order to move a rule from the committee to the full commission with a recommendation to go to public notice. I have a little bit of a bias toward, I think we should have the OSBM certified regulatory impact analysis in committee in order to do that. But the reality is not all committees are requiring that even now. I mean, water quality voted out a rule yesterday that didn't have a certified OSBM certified RIA yet. And so, the other piece of that is the format that the different committees want that information in. So some committees have apparently been comfortable with getting summaries often in PowerPoint form. Others have been getting and wanting full narrative, copies of the full narrative document. We just need to tell the staff what we want, and we need to be consistent, hopefully, across all the committees about what it is that we want.
Right, and we will. And I've mentioned that offline to Commissioner Deerhake, and there's some process questions in there we can get answered. On a bigger sense too, with not just RIA, but we've talked in the past about our hearing officer statement as you guys go out there to make public statements when you go out and say, this is what I do as a hearing officer, and this is a public hearing, that needs to be better. Our hearing officers' reports are a little different between each of the divisions. They need to be a little bit more consistent. So I know there's a lot of things we need to work through. We'll also be working through the bylaws starting in July. So there's that things to do. So we're going to keep chipping away at it. But your point is made, and I think we do need to do what Commissioner Smith, what you said sooner than later. That's fine. Commissioner Weiss, Chairman, let's go around the horn. Commissioner Weiss.
No further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yarborough, comments.
Just amazed at this group here. Like, boy, myself, I would have never been able to have done the thing that you've done this in the last couple of days to give us what we need. Thank you, Lord.
I'm glad Mr. Yarborough meant that positively. I wasn't quite sure. I thought you were talking about us.
He may have said it tongue in cheek, 'cause, hey, he's been number 2 level at agriculture too. He's been on both sides of this thing for 40 years, hasn't you, Commissioner? You're still standing, aren't you, down there on the end? Yeah. Commissioner Duggan.
I'd just like to personally thank Ms. Thomas for all her patience with me in getting these minutes to the board here. I appreciate all the work you put into those minutes. I really do thank you for that. Director Rogers, thank you for all the work that you have done with the calendar. And we're going to get that thing finalized here, and we'll work on it. And I know a lot of that is to me. And to the rest of the department and my fellow commissioners, thank you for the knowledge that you are providing to me and to the citizens of the state of North Carolina. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And I want to add too, state employee appreciation, and I do appreciate the employees and all that you've done to get ready. I know last time we had some issues getting some stuff to the commission by deadline, and different people complained last time than this time about the draft form or not getting stuff up in time. This time we struggled, but I also know there were several pieces of information that got in pretty quickly when we needed them. So I want to thank staff for the ones that got them there and helped what we could go, and then what we didn't feel good about going, we couldn't go. But I think we probably beat that to death. But I do want to thank the staff for all they do. And I do want to thank Lois, and I do want to thank the vice chair for those minutes. That's a thankless job. And keeping all our stuff together, that's very tedious. Other comment that I'll have, and last comment will be, it was probably a month ago. I called Commissioner Reardon, and it was about a committee matter, and it was the day after, I don't think you mind me saying this, but the bird flu got into cattle, into the milk supply. And it was bad because I think at that time, and it was the day after, the morning after, it had moved to 5 states. It was found in Texas, and they were talking about a mortality rate at that time, and I don't know if it's changed, of 40% was about to happen. And if you remember COVID was about 2%. I may be misquoting that. And a human had already died. And Commissioner Reardon was at ground zero. That's what he does. He stands in between the food supplies and all the Department of Agriculture and makes those decisions about what's safe and not safe. We all have important roles to do, but that's what he was doing on that day. And that's what he's been doing steady for a month as he's tried to get up to speed on all this material that we all have to get up with. And so while I thank the state employees, I want to thank all of you, not just Commissioner Reardon, but you guys are you're all volunteers. Every one of us are volunteers. And we take hours and hours. You newer members, I know I talked to Kevin about this, you don't realize how much is involved until you get up here. But we take hours and hours to read. We take our Sunday afternoons, our early mornings, sneak time at work to do it. And we take time away from our family and our recreation just to do this. Just because 15 of us have, I think, similar calls to do what's good for the state. And so I really want to thank you guys and tell you I appreciate you, and try to make sure that, as I've said earlier today, that we give each other the benefit of the doubt. We try to work together. We are going to keep moving forward on all these fronts, and we're going to be successful. But it really takes not necessarily me. I'm just kind of putting the guardrails up for you guys. It's y'all's 14 votes that I have to make sure we get, but it's really the 14 of y'all that have to work together to make this happen. So I just want to say thank y'all, and I appreciate the efforts. And I know we'll be at it hard again, probably tomorrow, working on the same stuff. So I think that's all I've got. And with that, let's dismiss. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe. Nice job. Be safe.